Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live show. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being a part of the channel. Thank you for smashing the like button. Thank you for subscribing. We've heard the news. We've heard the news. If you haven't heard the news, well, this is why we go live. This is why I stream to update you on topics like this. The fact is, why is this happening? That's the question. Why is this happening? Why is this going on? You know? And it's like, okay, is this what the new age is going to look like? Is this going to be something scary for people? Or are we just going to say, you know what? We don't want to have this type of thing anymore. It's sad. It's a sad thing. When I heard the news, I'm like, what? For the second time? And it is for the second time. So can this man actually just breathe? Can he just chill? Can he just have a good time with his family, grandkids? Can he actually have a good time? Can he just be without any sort of additional, external, unnecessary problems? Feel me? Like, what are we doing? Okay. It's not even this serious. It ain't supposed to be this serious. It's just a good old election, bro. Like, why must we take it this seriously? Why are people trying to end this man? I don't know. Anyway, I see you, Warrior Life. Welcome to the live show. Smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. This is not this is not good news. This is not good news at all. This is not good news at all. This isn't something we should even be having a conversation about because this is not supposed to be happening, but it is happening, and we're going to talk about it, okay? I don't know. When I heard the news, I'm like, why is this happening? Why? All right, man, let's listen to what the mainstream media has to say.
President Trump is safe after gunshots were reported while he was golfing at his club in West Palm Beach at the Trump International Golf Course, not Mar-a-Lago. The former president is fine, his campaign says, though shots were fired in the vicinity of the golf course. We're now waiting for an update from the Secret Service and police about all this. Hello and welcome to Fox News Live. I'm Eric Shawn.
And I'm Marthel Neville. So the Trump campaign did not specify where those shots may have been fired. And this, of course, is coming 2 months after the former president was shot at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. And we do have Sean Hannity. Sean is going to join us live right now from your home studio. Sean, unfortunately, we're talking about this very subject today, unfortunately. But What do you know? Have you spoken to the former president?
I've spoken to the president, and I spoke to his golf partner, Steve Witkoff, a well-known developer, businessman in Miami in the Palm Beach area. So I got a lot of details. I'm very aware of the New York Post report that said that it was, well, outside of what's called Trump International in West Palm Beach, which is where I am. And anyway, so long story short, is President Trump, they were on the fifth hole, they were about to go up to putt, and the way Steve Witkoff. Now, just as a little bit of background, Arthel, I happened to go to breakfast with Steve Witkoff and another friend of mine this morning, and I was invited to play golf. They happen to be really good golfers. I don't have a lot of time to play golf, so I said thank you, but I'm not going to go out on the golf course and get killed out there. But long story short, so they were playing, they were on the fifth hole. And the way Steve described this, the way the president described it, they both had exactly the same story, which was that they heard pop, 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 pop. And Steve went into great specificity and great detail as to what happened right after. Within seconds, the Secret Service pounced on the president, covered him. You had snipers with tripods. They knew the direction where the shots had been fired, and they had eyes on the location where the shots had been fired. And long story short, they were. I have confirmed with both the president and with Mr. Witkoff that the gun has been found. They identified it as an AK-47. And thanks to Secret Service drone video coverage, they were able to identify one individual involved in this shooting getting into a car after dropping the AK-47. And my understanding, according to both of them, is that that car has been identified, and I believe it's been surrounded. Whether or not that person has been apprehended or not, I don't know. This happened in a matter of seconds. A little more color, a little bit more details on this is that when they got on top of the president, immediately what is called a fast cart that I believe has steel reinforcement and protection was able to whisk the president away. And then the Secret Service immediately sprung into action. They had eyes on where the shooting had occurred. I saw the New York Post report that these were two people shooting at each other outside the course. I do know, and they did confirm that the shots were outside of the course, but certainly seemingly within range of the former president. So we don't have any details on any of that. They don't know that part. I only know the part of what they experienced while they were playing golf at Trump International in West Palm. Thankfully, the president is safe. Steve Witkoff is safe. The Secret Service apparently acted with incredible speed and professionalism, and but certainly alarming in every way imaginable in light of what happened in Butler, as you mentioned.
Yeah, of course, this is very alarming. And Sean, have you spoken to the former president or texted with him?
I have spoken with the president 3 times since this incident, and each time I got a new piece of information. One, that they had found, first of all, what happened with the shooting. The second thing, that they had found an AK-47. Third, right, that their drone footage was able to give them enough surveillance to identify the exact car that the individual involved in the shooting got into. And further detail that they gave me was that they were updated and told that that car had been found, identified, was surrounded by law enforcement. I don't know what happened from there. It could not have been too far away. I would say the time frame was less than a half hour between the time that the shooting actually took place and they identified the car. So
I'm trying to find out, like, how is he doing? That's what we want to know. How is he doing, if you spoke to him?
Well, you really want to know the truth, Arthel? He goes, well, there's more details, because I did hear, and Steve Witkoff was very clear. The first thing the president did when he got back to the clubhouse was make sure that everybody else was okay. He didn't see his golf partner with him. Where's Steve? Where's Steve? Where's Steve? And then Steve says, I'm right here. He got in maybe a few minutes behind the president. The Secret Service was able to get everybody to safety. Everybody else was taken off the golf course. Then when the president found out everybody was safe and nobody had been harmed, I guess in typical fight fashion, Trump said to Steve, and then he related to me, I really wanted to finish the hole. I was even, and I had a birdie putt. And it was on the fifth hole, which shows a lot of, I think, guts and gumption, and very Trumpian, I guess, in every way. But, the good news we can report is that in spite of this being in such close proximity to the president and others and the Secret Service, that they were not harmed. and that they are in safety. And I know the investigation will go forward. Probably more details, I would imagine, as time unfolds.
Sean, for those who don't know that area, the Trump International Golf Course, West Palm Beach, across the causeway from Mar-a-Lago. I mean, it's in a residential neighborhood. You've got, Burger Kings and convenience stores all around. Any word do we know from police? Was this gang-related shooting, two gunmen shooting at each other's? And you've got to hand it to the Secret Service to have it drawn up and to be able to identify this, so quickly.
Right. There was only one credible news report that I saw, and it was a part of News Corp, which runs the Fox News channel, came from the New York Post, that they believed the shooting was between two people outside of the golf course. But there's not a lot of details to that as of this moment. Now, I would assume we're going to get more information from the Secret Service. I know that there were at least 30 to 50 sheriff and West Palm Beach police there. They responded immediately. I happened to be driving in and around the area. I drove past Mar-a-Lago to see what was going on. There was a heavy police presence. Ever since the shooting in Butler, that had been a very common scene, but not like this. It was more active than usual. But the fact that everybody's okay and 4 shots were fired, it's honestly, it's disheartening on one level, it's sad on another level, and it's scary on a level that, somebody with an AK-47 could be that close to the president or former president and top presidential candidate, and, just 50 days before an election.
Yeah, Sean, you're right. It's very disturbing. Everybody's nerves are on edge. And as you just told us, the president, former president, his true fashion, that he has, kind of sucked it up and just said, look, I'm okay. My people are okay. And I wish I had finished my golf round there. But it is a very tense time. And we don't know exactly right now if, in fact, this was something that was directed at the president or this was something happening separate from him, but it definitely was too close for comfort, given what happened on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. I think, Arthel, you're raising a really good question, and we'll find out. And I never like to rush to judgment, and it has served me very well in my career. And I think that's why we got Ferguson, Missouri, right, and Duke lacrosse, and UVA, and Freddie Gray in Baltimore. And early in my career, when the Atlanta Journal-Constitution said that Richard Jewell fit the profile of the lone bomber because he lived with his mother. I was on the air at the time. I didn't know that Richard Jewell was even listening to my show. I found out later. And I said, just because he lives with his mother does not fit the profile of somebody that would be involved in a bombing. So when situations like this do unfold, I think the important thing to do is wait for the details to come in. The good news that we can tell you, I can add one little piece to the equation, is that the president got home very late last night. He had a rally, I believe it was in Salt Lake. He flew in, maybe got to Palm Beach around 2:30 in the morning. And when I went to breakfast that was planned, which...
So for people just tuning in, there was I wouldn't say assassination attempt, but I would say there was a shooting close by to where the president was playing golf. And of course, the Secret Service, pounced on him and tried to make sure he was safe. But I mean, if it's close to the former president, then you would assume it's an attempt. You feel me? So just for the sake of YouTube and entertainment purposes, this is just something that we should, we're having a conversation, okay? Because I don't want YouTube to say I'm hurting my listeners by what I say. Is just what it is. It says investigating shots fired in Trump's area. So it is what it is, okay? It is what it is.
Steve Witkoff and another friend of ours, and when I went to breakfast with them this morning, we went to our favorite diner, and it's called City Diner, by the way. We went there, and the president had written him when he got back, any chance you want to play golf tomorrow, because he had a scheduled lunch with the president. I was not a part of that. So long story short is that as of now, we know everybody's okay, but we've got to understand what the perimeter is, in my view, Arthel, which is what you were saying. In other words, I would say we define a perimeter for any elected official, Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, I don't care, that it's got to be within any distance of any long, high-powered rifle. That's got to be considered the perimeter going forward. We saw the Democratic senator this week telling America they're going to be shocked and appalled at what we learn about the Butler shooting. And we'll have an interim report coming out maybe this week or next week. And those words are chilling. That's Senator Blumenthal that made those comments. So long story short, I think there's a lot more that we have to find out. I'd like to hear from the Secret Service. I'd like to hear from law enforcement. I feel like a lot of information in the Butler shooting was very slow in coming forward. If this was an outside event, as the New York Post is reporting, fine, let's get the details of that as well. The American people have a right to know, and we have to certainly re-examine what the perimeter is for any president, any presidential candidate, any high-ranking official in terms of the distance and the power of a rifle and what it could do. But to hear Steve Witkoff describe, he heard pop, 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 and the Secret Service diving on the president, and he's watching all of this unfold in real time, is a pretty chilling scenario.
It must have been really frightening and harrowing. Thankfully, Sean, the former president is okay. And it kind of reminds me, remember when President Ronald Reagan was shot? His humor, he said, when he was in the emergency room, he said, "Honey, I forgot to duck," for the former president to say, I couldn't finish my fifth hole. Certainly authorities will find out what happened here, and if this indeed is a street crime.
He said that directly to me, Eric. He said, well, and then Steve Witkoff confirmed it. Once he knew everybody was safe, his first priority, he was in a bit of a panic about where's Steve, where's Steve, where's Steve. He didn't know what had happened because he had got whisked away in a golf cart that moves like 100 miles an hour. Then Steve is watching these guys on tripods, identifying the location where the shots were fired. And so he's watching that unfold, probably seeing his life flash before his eyes. Then gets back and he's wondering, okay, where are my friends? Where are the Secret Service agents? The president did go out of his way to praise every one of these agents. Steve did say that he went up to all of them individually, thanked them, shook their hand, told them how much he appreciated them. And then he went to I was even. It was the fifth hole. I had a birdie putt. I really wanted to finish the hole. So, well, classic Trump, if you ask me.
Well, we're happy that, as of now, this is a good note to end on. But as you said, Sean, the investigation definitely will continue. And, of course, we here at Fox will have all the details as we get them. Sean, thank you.
All right.
Sean, good to see you.
Guys, thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you guys.
Just imagine playing golf with your buddies and then you hear pop, 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 pop. And you being a former president, knowing that you already had an attempt on your life a couple of weeks ago, of course you gotta wonder what is going on. Dear Lord, what is going on? I'm sure that's what you'll be thinking about. Like, Jesus, save me. Why is all this going on? What is going on, man? What is going on? It's an election. It's not a movie. Come on, relax.
Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. We are continuing our breaking news live coverage after the FBI says it is investigating what appears to be an attempted assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. We are told the former president is safe after shots were fired in his vicinity while he was golfing at his club in West Palm Beach, Florida. That's just about a 15-minute drive from where his Mar-a-Lago club is in Palm Beach, Florida. Moments ago, we got an account from the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office detailing how all of this unfolded, Wolf, and it is quite stunning.
It's stunning and very detailed. In fact, very, very revealing. Law enforcement officials saying a person has been detained in connection with this incident that occurred at the Trump International Golf Club around 1:30 p.m. Eastern earlier this afternoon. U.S. Secret Service agents fired gunshots at the suspect, who they believe was armed and intended to target former President Trump. An AK-style long-arm rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro camera were recovered. Let's go to our panel right now and get Charles Ramsey's assessment of what's going on. The fact that there was a scope, Chief Ramsey, it says to me, it explains, I think in part, why the FBI has concluded this appears to have been a second assassination attempt against Trump.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, clearly, in my mind anyway, that's the appropriate classification for this particular incident. We're just fortunate. We're very lucky. We were lucky in July in Butler, Pennsylvania, and again today. But luck only goes so far. And so everyone has to be incredibly vigilant, enhance security, not just for the former president, but for all of the candidates, because we're just in an environment right now where you have a lot of unstable people who apparently are not afraid to try to actually harm someone. So we're very fortunate that the Secret Service agent was able to spot this and able to take immediate action and prevent a tragedy from occurring.
And that Secret Service agent spotted the barrel of a rifle sticking out from those trees near that golf course right there. And that's when shots were fired at the suspect, and eventually another individual saw what was going on and took some pictures of the vehicle that the suspect was using, the license plate, and eventually the suspect was captured in Martin County, just north of Palm Beach County, not very far away. Jonathan Wackrow, the fact that there was a GoPro camera that was right near that fence, near those backpacks that this suspect had over there, what does that say to you?
Well, listen, Wolf, I think that a lot of these elements speak to an elevated level of sophistication by this shooter, right? So the GoPro camera was the intent here to live stream this attack. By the fact that we saw those, we heard reporting that, and I believe we heard it during the press conference as well, that the backpacks contained ceramic plates. Again, this was really setting up a firing position. The shooter probably intended to engage directly with Secret Service agents at one point. I think the Secret Service structure, though, the protective methodology, by putting out agents in advance of the protectee during their golf operations to really flush out this type of threat along the edges of the fairways really proved successful. This is a model that the Secret Service has applied to these types of activities for a long time. I mean, dating back to, I believe, the Bush and Clinton administrations, where putting agents anywhere from 75 to 150 yards in advance, again trying to expand out that protective bubble around the protectee just for this very reason. But it's difficult. I mean, they're out there flanking the protectee for a long time. This person obviously set up their location. They had a level of cover and concealment to launch this attack. They most likely had a line of sight from that fence line back into the fairway. That's disturbing. And more troubling is the accessibility, the ease of ingress and egress by this attacker. They had that escape route. The critical factor that we heard during the press conference is the witness. They saw the suspect running away, getting into the vehicle. And I think Andy McCabe said, very smartly, the person took out their phone, took a picture of the car, and then got the license plate. The communication with federal, state, and local law enforcement entities through the real-time crime center got that information out almost instantaneously. And utilizing license plate readers, they were able to track the direction of the vehicle, make the vehicle stop, and get the suspect in custody without incident. So this is a real big success for law enforcement, and it all centers around the coordination, the rapid coordination of information and dissemination to all stakeholders. We heard that during the press conference. It was great to see everybody reassuring the public that there's no additional danger and that all stakeholders within the law enforcement and prosecutorial community were represented there.
And you can see how close this golf club is to
Chat. Tell me, why do you think this is going on? This is the second time. Why do you think this is going on now? Are they scared that the OG, Big T, former President Donald J. Trump may win the election? Is that what is going on here? I don't know. Let me know in the chat. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Interstate 95, a major highway going all through the state of Florida, all the way up the East Coast as well. Caitlin, go ahead.
While we're looking at this, I just want to keep this image up because you're seeing Trump International Golf Course right here. We're highlighting hole 5 and hole 6 because that's where we believe Trump was getting close to when the agents were walking ahead of him. And what's remarkable about this is they were talking about the 3 roads that are the access points. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is right there to your top right, a little bit above where hole 5 is. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and the jail actually backs up to Donald Trump's golf course in West Palm Beach, Florida. And just to give you a sense of what we were looking at on the ground and how quickly officials were able to move here, and they put out that be on the lookout alert for the person that the witness luckily was able to see a person leaving the bushes, emerging and getting into a black car and then driving, which they apprehended on I-95 just north of Palm Beach County, and what we're looking at here on this image. And so, John Miller, when you look at this and what we've heard from officials, they would not say outright that they have a suspect in custody, but the sheriff said, John Miller, that they have a potential suspect in custody. And so when that is the case and they have someone that they are obviously questioning, what we were told earlier is that this person has not made any statements yet, but they did describe a calm demeanor earlier when we were hearing from the Martin County Sheriff about actually apprehending this person and turning them over to the FBI. What does this look like behind the scenes right now?
Well, he is definitely a suspect, and he is definitely in custody. And all the qualifiers that law enforcement uses, potential suspect, person of interest. Once the state's attorney took the podium at the press conference and said, we are preparing charges and we are preparing for a detention hearing where they're going to argue that this suspect is dangerous and a flight risk, that means he is on his way to being charged here. Some of the mechanics behind that, Caitlin, were there was that witness on the scene that we've all talked about. He snapped that picture. He saw that person. And there's a Secret Service agent who may have confronted him and seen him as well. But that witness was brought to the scene, and they did what we call a show up, where, you know, they have him in a vehicle where he can look out at the person in custody. And he's asked, is that the person you saw? And he answered in the affirmative, we are told by law enforcement sources, as he did that show up. And they then took him into custody, impounded that car, and so on. There are, you know, 2 different stories in the forefront here. One, as Jonathan Wackrow really well explained, is a combination of old-fashioned police work, shoe leather, grab a witness, combined with modern technology. Here's a picture, here's a plate, put it into the LPR, license plate reader system, look for the first hit. It hits on 95. RTCC, the Real-Time Crime Center, is spinning the registered owner of that car, who it belongs to. All of this is happening rapidly, and Martin County, which hasn't waited, it has already flooded 95 looking for that car heading south with units, then does that vehicle containment technique. They block the car in on 3 sides, come out with long guns. And when the sheriff describes, the Sheriff Snyder of Martin County describes his calm demeanor, we have to put that in context. When the suspect gets out of that Nissan vehicle, he is looking at multiple AR-15s and handguns pointed at him from multiple directions in this vehicle containment technique where they've blocked him in on 3 sides. So he can be nothing but calm. And he was compliant with the commands they gave him, and then he was taken into custody. So a lot went right today, and a lot came together.
Well, and Andrew McCabe, when you look at this, and Wolf, I was just thinking about this, when you look at what we're hearing from officials, and you see those 2 pictures there of the backpacks that were left at the scene that they found inside these bushes, on the right side of your screen, on the left, that's a GoPro camera, officials said, that was mounted on the fence, and then 2 bags as well. Andrew McCabe, when you're an investigator and you're looking into that, I mean, it clearly speaks to some kind of premeditation here of what they're looking into when they're talking to this suspect who was in the bushes.
There's no question, Caitlin. This, as Jonathan mentioned this a little bit earlier, this whole setup indicates a very high level of pre-planning. And that is done because this person, whoever he is, here clearly had the capacity to engage in that sort of structured and organized thought.
The edges.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you think about this. In my opinion, I feel like it is getting hot, it is getting spicy. This shouldn't even be happening, but it is happening. So we just have to pray. That's all I can say. We just have to pray for the safety of maybe the 47th President of the United States. That's all I can say at this point.
Going through some of the details about the suspect who I just want to make sure everyone knows. Let me ask you, John Miller, what you're learning right now. And I know that Kristen and Randy were going through some of the details about the suspect who I just want to make sure everyone knows, since we are talking about the second assassination attempt, it appears in 9 weeks, that this individual is in custody. Right, the Secret Service engaged him. He tried to flee, but he is in custody. So they're able to question him. At least from my understanding, he hasn't said anything as of yet. But what are you learning from your sources about this individual and why he was there? To Kristen's point, if no one else knew Trump for sure was going to be in the state of Florida, never mind at Mar-a-Lago on the golf course, was he just sitting there every day waiting for this opportunity, or did he have some sort of information?
Well, what we know is Ryan Wesley Routh, who is a 58-year-old individual who has lived in Hawaii, has worked as a construction worker in North Carolina, is in Florida today in custody. He was arrested driving a car that was registered to what we believe is his daughter. And how did he know to be on that golf course, on that perimeter at that time on this day? Is one of the key questions that the FBI and the Secret Service, from a protective intelligence standpoint, are going to need to know the answer to. But there is one possibility, because Kristen Holmes, who's done incredible reporting throughout the day on this, tells us it's not on a public schedule. It is, not known to people that, where he's going and when. But as she also reported, when he moves, it's a big cavalcade of cars. So if you see it going from one place to another, you can have an idea. But more relevantly, in today's age, and we experienced this in New York City, protecting presidents, where we would do something called an OTR, an off the record. It wasn't on the schedule. They would go to dinner at a place. It would be some private meeting where people spot that on social media and they put it out. So if he was in the area lingering for a long time, looking for that information, they'll have to go back through social media. And did somebody say, I'm on the golf course and Donald Trump is here?
And that's possible. Then we don't yet know whether, when they scour that, what they will find. Jonathan Wacker, we also don't know exactly the distance, for example, right now between the Secret Service agent who spotted that barrel, AK-47, the barrel sticking through that chain link fence with the scope, the distance between the agent and between that gun, whether they saw it with the naked eye or not. We know that this all went down very quickly, that gun was already, through the chain link fence waiting. So, Jonathan, what is your view from what we know right now? It's limited, but that's what we know about the actions of that Secret Service agent.
Well, I think it's important to understand that the Secret Service has been dealing with protectees that play golf for a very long time. And they've curated over the years the protective model. And what I mean by that is, if you think about a golf course, it's a very large area of real estate to secure. So what they've done is they basically create a moving bubble around the protectee, in this case, the former president of the United States. And in that bubble, you have what we've seen numerous times, which is the protective agents, the women and men that surround the former president. But the protective model here also bumps out a little bit. And what you have is you have agents that flank to the left and to the right of the protectee along the edges of those fairways and pushing out even further. And you have agents that are in advance. And I don't want to divulge how many, because that is, it would reveal too much of the security plan. But there are agents that go out in advance, and they are literally specifically looking for this type of threat. That would-be assassin that's lying in wait, trying to take advantage of cover and concealment to then launch an attack. And that's what we had today. One of those agents came across, identified the threat, and immediately reacted to it. Again, averting a potential disaster had the president come close enough to be within sight of that would-be assassin.
Juliet, we don't have the exact distance from the shooter to the former president either. We have a range of 300 to 500 yards, which with a scope, of course, is that can be shot. We all understand that. But what does that mean to you, Julia, that this was close enough from the perspective of somebody who knows what they're doing with a scope and a gun can shoot and succeed at hitting their target from that distance? And that's the distance we're talking about when we're just trying to understand here how close this actually came to happening.
Well, we're also assuming that at the moment that the Secret Service agent engaged him was the moment that he intended on shooting Trump, because we don't know if Trump would have gotten closer to him, just given the layout. If you look at the layout in terms of where he was. So the engagement may have happened at a time when he was further from Trump than the assassin essentially intended. And regardless, it's all too close. It shows the challenges of setting up legitimate security perimeters when you have people who are targets, who are former presidents and presidential candidates, and you simply cannot have a security perimeter that encompasses all of that area in Florida. So this was incredible work by the Secret Service, it appears, at this stage. Probably a lot of luck, but also the assassin's intent of when engagement or when the shots would have been fired may have been later, and we would have reason to believe that only because his backpacks are still on the fence. We don't know where Trump was going to be at that stage.
Right. All right. Well, we're all going to be returning in just a moment, and of course, the fact that this individual is in Ryan Wesley Routh is in custody is hugely significant, and he had an escape plan, right? So he was planning on getting away, as he indeed tried to do when the Secret Service engaged him. Our breaking news coverage continues here on CNN on the back of this appearing assassination attempt on former President Trump on a golf course today. We will be back here on CNN in just a moment.
So, guys, for you just tuning in, Trump is safe. However, there's an investigation on an alleged assassination attempt on his life. That's what is going on right now. It's sad to hear, but unfortunately, that's what is going on. So, if you are a big supporter of Trump, if you are a big follower of Trump, and you like his policies, you like what he stands for, I would suggest that you pray. That's all I can say. Pray. Hopefully nothing happens to him moving forward, because this is the second time. So hopefully nothing happens to him.
The big weekend show begins with a Fox News alert, a second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump.
1:30 this afternoon, call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. In the bushes where this guy was is an AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off.
Tonight, former President Trump is safe and well after being targeted while golfing at the Trump International Golf Club. The suspected gunman's car was pulled over by Martin County Police, where he was taken into custody. Also found at the scene where shots were fired were weapons hanging on a fence. This comes just over 2 months after the former president survived a first assassination attempt during his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Joining us now to discuss, the host of Hannity, Sean Hannity. Sean, thank you so much for being here tonight, especially because you've been talking to the former president tonight and his family. How are they doing?
Well, President Trump is fight Trump. I mean, it's interesting. I had gone to breakfast with Steve Witkoff. Steve Witkoff is a brilliant developer, businessman in Florida, a good friend of mine, good friend of the president's. We went to breakfast. He was trying to get me to go play golf with him. I really don't play a lot of golf. And I said, thank you, but I got work to do. And anyway, so he called me not long after this happened, and I spoke to him numerous times. I spoke to President Trump numerous times. And they both described pretty much the same scene. Steve probably gave me more details in terms of what was happening because he was the observer of the Secret Service that was on duty. He couldn't say enough in terms of praising them and the people around the president and how quickly they were to jump on him, get him in a very fast golf cart that was secure, and get him back to safety immediately. Then Steve followed. When Steve walked back into the clubhouse, he heard the president asking, where's Steve? Where's this person? Where's that person? And once the president was assured that everybody was safe, then he started joking, and he said, I was shooting an even round, and I had a birdie putt, and I really wish that I could have finished that hole. And that was how he handled it. But we've learned a lot since then, and I want to say this through the prism of my whole, so many members of my family, extended family, have been in law enforcement. My own parents connected to law enforcement in different capacities. And I love the Secret Service, and the guys that were there with the president were amazing. Steve Witkoff will explain all of this on my show tomorrow night. However, when we were watching that press conference with law enforcement today, one thing really I found alarming and glaring when they pointed out that the shooter with an AK-47 and a scope was 300 to 500 yards away from where the president was, and that there was a tree line, and that there was a fence, and he was firing through the fence, and he had 2 backpacks and a GoPro, which would indicate he probably wanted to videotape or memorialize what he was doing, which is scary too. We'll find out, I'm sure, more in the days to come. But this is my problem, and this goes back to Butler, PA. And if you remember earlier in the week, Connecticut Senator Blumenthal made the comment, when Americans find out what happened in Butler and the level of failure that took place there, and originally we're told that it was a sloped roof that made it impossible for the Secret Service to safely secure the area, and it turned out that it was not a sloped roof. And when we find 300 to 500 yards away from not only a former president, as they said, but a top presidential candidate, is unacceptable. And you have to secure the perimeter, because if anybody knows anything about shooting, you know that that is the equivalent pretty much of a layup, or if you're a golfer, that would be a 1-foot putt that you're not going to miss 99% of the time. And that in and of itself is a problem. And what they said was, well, he's not the current president. No, but he's a former president who just survived a recent assassination attempt, and he's the current presidential candidate for the Republican Party, and we have an election in 51 days, and we need answers. Why didn't they have either security cameras? Why didn't they have motion detectors? Why didn't they have somebody outside on the street where the shooter was located looking in on this? I do applaud the snipers that identified that there was somebody that had a gun and took their shots. We don't have all the details yet, but when those details become available, I think it'll be very revealing. But somebody in this position, this is a security failure again. And there's really no other way to put it. And I don't know why. I'm sure we'll get answers in the days to weeks to come. This interim report that Congress is going to put out, if it is as Senator Blumenthal, the Democrat from Connecticut, describes as Americans will be appalled and shocked by what we learn in terms of the security failures in Butler, I can only imagine how people are going to react to what happened here. There are more questions than answers tonight, Alicia, and by the way, and Charles and Joe and everybody there. And I got to be honest, it's disturbing. Just to give you a little bit of detail as to what happened when the shooting occurred. Steve Witkoff described it to me this way. The president confirmed the story. They heard pop, 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 pop. They knew it was a gunshot. Immediately, within seconds, the president was on the ground, covered by brave Secret Service agents that did their job, protected the president, immediately got him out of the area and to safety. And then everybody else followed thereafter. So they did their job. They were amazing in terms of how quickly they responded here. But to not have that perimeter with a fence, a treed area, and somebody has the ability to get within that range of the president with a scope on an AK-47 is just simply unacceptable.
Hey, Sean, Charlie here.
Hey, Charlie.
It's interesting. I was struck by the same thing that you were struck by during that press conference, talking about the lower level of security in this case. And it made me think immediately the former First Lady, especially given that powerful video she released, I think it was last week sometime, talking about her concern for her husband. In your conversations with the former president today, did you get a sense, did you talk to any family members, or did you get a sense about where they are on all of this?
Well, it's interesting. I did talk to Eric Trump, and both Eric Trump and Don Jr. happen to be superb marksmen. And Eric Trump, it just so happens, was telling me earlier today with some top-notch sharpshooters, some of the best in the country, they were hitting targets from a mile away. That ought to give people a little bit of perspective in terms of what the perimeter needs to be for any top candidate or elected official. The perimeter can't be 300 to 500 yards because that's considered an easy shot by anybody that has any level of skill. Now, Eric was, to be honest, pretty emotional and said the words to me, how many more lives does my father have here? In terms of, he can only dodge so many bullets. Wow. And he rightfully is upset. And knowing firearms as well as he does, he makes a compelling case. And I'm going to put him on tomorrow night, and he's going to describe this in his own way and how he felt. The whole family has to be upset. I remember the last time when this happened in Butler, poor Barron Trump found out somebody ran over to him and said, your dad's shot, we think he's dead. For a kid that's about to go off to college, I don't think that's a great moment in his life, and probably a very traumatic one for him. And for the entire family. And I feel horrible for this family for all that they have gone through. So much of it has been unfair. But just to stay focused on this, the president tends to shrug this off himself. The president shook the hands, according to my friend Steve Witkoff, of every single person that was out there protecting him. He thanked every one of them for protecting him. He was grateful to all of them. And that just happens to be the way it is. He happens to be. It's a side of him that I wish he would show more often to the American people. But that does not negate the question, Charlie, and I think we're tracking on this very important issue. You've got a tree line, you've got a fence, you're only 300 yards away from where the presidential candidate, former president is, and you got a clean shot. And if it wasn't for one very top-notch Secret Service agent that was able to stop that threat by taking his own shot, I don't know where we would be again today. I mean, the last time we're talking about a millimeter and the president would not be alive today. We would have had a state funeral for Donald Trump back after Butler. So I think there's a lot of questions that got to be answered. This interim report that'll be coming out from Congress I think is going to be very revealing.
Sean, it's Molly here. I'm having this remarkable
Molly.
deja vu because the last time I saw you in person, we were outside of Bedminster, outside of the golf club where he had just survived the prior assassination attempt. And now here we are in the same situation where it's remarkable that the former president is still alive. Remarkable that we're talking about security failures, the bravery, of course, of the people on the ground there, of the Secret Service agent that was one hole ahead and created where we are today. We're thankfully not holding a state funeral of types. Your thoughts on where this goes as we're still waiting for the first interim report to come out on the prior assassination attempt.
Molly, on so many levels, you're so right. And I remember the conversation we had about this very topic. But if you think of the distance of 300 to 500 yards and the idea, regardless of what the resources are, if you don't have enough resources to cover outside of a tree-lined fenced area when the former presidential candidate is playing golf, that is a security vulnerability failure of a magnitude I can't even describe, especially in light of, I might add, the FBI director, Christopher Wray, the last 5 times he has been to Capitol Hill, and I've had my criticism of Director Wray, but the last 5 times he's been there, he has been clear, he has been unequivocal that the threat level in this country has never been greater than it is right now, and that it is coming from everywhere. So that would tell me we need more resources, not just for President Trump, but for the vice president, for the president, and any other high-ranking official or anybody that might have specific direct threats, or if they have direct intelligence about a specific threat. There's got to be a reevaluation here, especially after these 2 incidents, and we've got to get to the bottom of why these security failures keep happening. One of the things that really bothered me about Butler, again, go back to what we were first told. We were told, well, the reason we didn't have officials or snipers on the roof was because it was a sloped roof. Well, there was an adjacent building with a greater pitched sloped roof, and they did have snipers on that roof. And this was pretty much, I would describe it as a roof without a slope. And I say that as somebody that knows a little bit about a sloped roof because I fell off a roof 3 stories when I was in construction many years ago and broke up my face and busted up my arm. And I always say to people, I woke up after hitting my head and I was a conservative. It knocked some sense into me. Trying to be funny, not really. But there's nothing funny about what's going on here. The security threat is real. And one of the things that really has troubled me about the Harris-Biden administration, without trying to get too political, the fact that we have allowed in 11 million unvetted illegal immigrants into this country. We have dozens of Americans we know that have been murdered and raped and victims of violent crime. And the worst part is we know we have known terrorists in the country. I've been saying this on my radio show and right here on this news channel, on my TV show, that it is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. But I pray to God that I'm wrong, that those terrorists that we know are in the country, and the Biden administration will not release the names of the countries that they know that they are from. Fox News Digital has been requesting that for a long time. But they are here, and I believe that they are plotting and planning and scheming their next 9/11 or worse on this country. And it is the greatest national security threat we face, and all of it was preventable, and that bothers me a lot.
Sean, it's Joe Concha. We're 9 weeks and one day since Donald Trump nearly lost his life by a millimeter in Butler, Pennsylvania. Right. He turned his head towards that screen to read a chart. If he doesn't do that, he was killed. Right. And now here we are, 64 days later, and the president nearly loses his life again. What really bothered me about what happened then was how quickly the media did not talk about that story, did not talk about the suspect. Within like 2 weeks, before we knew it, it's as if it never happened. Does this happen here again? Because we cannot create a new normal around a president nearly being assassinated, but yet that's what happened last time. Do you think this happens again here?
Boy, Joe, your media analysis is always spot on, and I think you're right about this in more ways than you may know. You're right. It kind of got pushed to the side, and we've kind of been ignoring all of that. And what really bothered me, if we have unfortunately, sadly, tragically covered too many school shootings over the course of our careers, all of us on this program tonight. And when you think about most of those school shootings, we know within hours who the person is. We've identified where they stand politically on social media. We start learning about their background. Maybe they had trouble or problems or whatever it happened to be. We know more within 5 hours than we learned in a month after Butler, PA, and that is troublesome.
She thinks him.
So I think that at the end of the day, that we really need more information and not less information when it comes to shootings like this, and the media needs to not ignore this. I don't want to see any elected official ever in any situation where they're threatened, and this is not political for me in any way. And I want our nation safe and secure. And that's why I don't want defund, dismantle, and no bail laws. That's why I want a border wall. That's why I want vetting for people coming into this country. I want background checks. I want health checks. I want a means test so you're not a financial burden on the American people. These are simple solutions. The American people will sort the political side of this out in 51 days. But this has got to be a top-of-mind issue. Our safety, our security in our towns and our cities, at our border. And I think Americans, you can't pursue happiness if you're not safe and secure. And the media has a job to cover it. The media has not shown the video. They don't mention the names of the people that have been murdered and raped and victims of violent crime. I think one of the most underreported stories, politically speaking, I'm transitioning a little bit here, is the fact that Kamala Harris laughed at Donald Trump and his border wall. He says a bunch of terrorists are going to want to invade the country. Well, now we have hundreds of them in the country, and we have people from Iran and Syria and Egypt and Afghanistan, tens of thousands from China and Russia and Venezuela. And they are in the country, and we see the result of it. But then she takes it a step further. She wants free housing, health care, education, and free sex change surgery for illegal immigrants. And most Americans don't know this yet, and voting starts early this week in Pennsylvania. Now, that is a disservice from the media that you cover, Joe, better than anybody, to the entire country. Because America, if they're going to have a really, really fair choice in November, they need to know about this. Now, I'm going to make this challenge. And for the record, when the Biden administration wouldn't give Robert F. Kennedy Jr. a Secret Service protection, even though I disagree with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., in light of his family background, his uncle was murdered, his father was murdered, they were both assassinated, they denied him Secret Service protection for the longest time until after the shooting in Butler, and I had been advocating for him to get that. The minute after he supported Donald Trump, that was it. They took a Secret Service protection away. That, to me, they need a complete reevaluation of who in the political arena needs support. And one other issue that is political that I will bring up. We need to re-examine what happened in the summer of 2020. We had 574 riots. We had dozens of dead Americans. We had thousands of cops injured with bricks, rocks, bottles, Molotov cocktails. We had billions of dollars in property damage. Vice President Walz would not call in the National Guard, opened up the windows of his family home to smell burning rubber, the smell of freedom, or whatever he called it. And Kamala Harris, 4 days after a police precinct in Minneapolis was burned to the ground, she was out tweeting out a bail fund to let the rioters out of jail, then goes on with Colbert and says, those rioters aren't going to stop, they shouldn't stop, and we're not going to stop. Well, Where's Liz Cheney when you need her? Because that kind of sounds like rioting and insurrection support. So I think these are political issues that I know you're going to be talking about the rest of the hour.
Well, we will for sure. Sean, it's Alicia again. I just have one more question.
Yeah.
Just wondering, you know, when there was a reporter in that news conference earlier who said that there were 25 of us, referring to the reporters, wondering how this was able to happen. And then the sheriff said, you know, he's not the sitting president. In the room that I was sitting in, everyone gasped. Is this a moment for President Biden where he needs to, where the onus is on him to go above and beyond all protocols and make a decision? We're 51 days from the election, that Donald Trump needs the kind of protection that he deserves.
I think it's been a moment for them since Butler. I think it was a moment. I think they should have had the common sense to give Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in light of what happened to his father and his uncle being assassinated. He deserved Secret Service protection. There were a few of us that were outspoken, begging for it on his behalf, even though I don't have a political agreement with him on a lot of issues. I think that after Butler, there was some improvement. But how did somebody get within 300 yards of Donald Trump with a scoped AK-47 and have an ability come within really seconds of assassinating him again? How is that possible? That is not, for those that know firearms and know rifles, that is not a difficult shot. The shot in Butler, as Joe pointed out, it is a miracle that that man is alive today. And as Eric Trump said, how many more lives will my father have? How many more assassination attempts is he going to be able to withstand? This is beyond Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They need the resources to cover the entire perimeter for every presidential candidate, every elected official at the highest level. And that means the perimeter is defined by any distance by which somebody with a high-powered rifle can reach a target with a certain degree of with any degree of accuracy, and they've got to do a better job. 300 yards is a layup shot for anybody with a marginal amount of skill. It is sad.
All right, Sean
Tragic.
Hannity, thank you so much for joining us and especially
Thanks,
for
guys.
letting us
I
know
love
that
your
the
show, by the
president's
way.
doing okay today. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
This is happening, and it is sad to hear. Really, really sad to hear. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. All we can do is pray. All we can do is pray. If you support the OG, former President Donald J. Trump, you need to pray. Okay?
Law enforcement speaking about what is being investigated as a possible second attempted assassination of former President Trump at a golf course in West Palm Beach, Florida. The Trump campaign releasing the statement just after 2 p.m. Eastern. President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. No further details at this time. Good evening. I'm Molly Line. Eric, good to be with you.
Hello, Molly. I'm Eric Shawn. Thank you for joining us, folks, in this special edition, 2 hours of the Fox Report. It was a tragedy so narrowly averted this afternoon. A Secret Service agent on the advance team on the golf course, a few holes ahead of the former president as he played the Trump International Golf Course. He was in the 5th hole in West Palm Beach, Florida, while that agent spotted a muzzle of a weapon poking through a chain-link fence. The gunman secreted by bushes. That agent opening fire, the suspect now in custody. David Spunt on the phone now with more on that suspect and this developing story that came so close, it seems. Hi, David.
Yeah, hey, Eric. Hey, Molly. We're told the suspect's name is Ryan Wesley Ruth, R-O-U-T-H. Not much more known about him at this time, except that he's the suspect currently in custody right now. Palm Beach Sheriff's Office says that he was taken into custody by the Martin County Sheriff's Office, just the county north of Palm Beach, was taken into custody after escaping the scene in his black SUV. According to the sheriff in Palm Beach, he did not make any sort of initial statement when he was taken into custody. They're expected to be releasing more details, a mugshot, whatnot later. But we're continuing to dig into who he is, who Ryan Ruth is, where he's from, his background. We're seeing a little bit online. We want to be careful and make sure we have all of the information correct before we present it to our loyal viewers. But we can tell you right now that his name is Ryan Wesley Ruth. Eric, Molly.
And we want to be careful with the information because we want to get it from authorities and not go into speculation. Any sense, though, from what you've been able to determine, what could have potentially been a motive yet? Or is it much too early, David, in terms of politics, in terms of background, the fact that the gunman allegedly had a GoPro to potentially shoot and film and video what he was going to do and put it on social media? What allegedly motivated this potential assassin?
Well, I'm going to be honest, we don't know at this time. I mean, this is coming from two law enforcement sources, the name. I think they're trying to figure that stuff out right now. Every case is different, but for perspective, when it comes to motive, and this is a question that we've asked many times covering law enforcement, when can you decide what makes a motive? The July 13th shooter, Thomas Crooks, who died on the scene there and was killed by law enforcement, the FBI still has not been able to come out with a motive in that case, and there's a possibility there may not be a motive in this case. There were some shootings, and this was not a shooting today, and the former president thankfully was not hurt, but there are cases where there are no motives. That may not be the situation here. It's just too early to tell, given the fact this is only 4 hours old. They're still talking to him, figuring things out, going through his social media, seeing if he had stuff written down. But the advantage that law enforcement has here that they did not have in the case in Pennsylvania is they have a suspect who's alive, who's in custody, who can speak to them, so they can find out stuff a lot quicker, Eric.
Yeah, a Martin County sheriff said that he had no affect. He was blank. He really didn't say anything when he was arrested in his Nissan SUV on I-95. A remarkable job, by the way. A witness took pictures of the SUV and the license plate, so they were immediately able to put the license plate number into the computer system that, on those Easy Pass on the highway, we were able to capture it, so they knew exactly what the SUV was, so they were able to pull him over. Any sense at all from what we know about him in terms of how that happened, what his planning was, even the fact that he secreted himself in bushes, and as we have been reporting here on the Fox News channel all afternoon, President Trump does not have the security level of a sitting president. That street was not closed. No one saw him in the bushes.
Exactly, Eric. And it's important to point out that the Secret Service, is equipped to take care of, obviously, protecting former presidents. But former President Trump's a different situation because he is actively running for president. He is the Republican nominee. He's out and about. He's holding rallies. He's seeing people. Other former presidents, Barack Obama, George W. Bush, Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, of course, they have Secret Service protection, but nothing on the level of the current president. So the Secret Service right now, per multiple sources who work in the agency, admittedly is grappling with the fact that they're dealing with a former president who's running for president again and needs to have a higher security posture, a stronger security posture out there. And with two incidents in just 2 months, a little bit over 2 months, July 13th and September 15th, it, I think, brings that to the forefront. As far as his vehicle, he was in a black SUV. What's not clear is perhaps was the SUV thought to be law enforcement. Law enforcement travels in black SUVs. That's very common. Motorcades, whatnot. It's not clear any of that right now could be the case, but it's a question that we're asking. We want to know, was the SUV something that perhaps was not overly looked at because it was an SUV that looked like a member of law enforcement's SUV? So these are all questions we need to ask. But as far as motive, as far as any other information, we just don't want to speculate. Of course, we all want to know the answers, but as of now, we just don't know those answers.
Yeah, and don't you think this will instigate calls tomorrow to ramp up the security on former President Trump?
Oh, absolutely. No question. It'll ramp up the calls to change the security, to change the perimeter, if anything, because the security apparatus, as far as the people, I spoke to someone in Secret Service today who's a rank and file agent and said that they did a good job in the sense that they were able to, get this suspect and see a gun pointing out through bushes. I mean, that's incredible to be able to see that. However, the perimeter is the issue that they're grappling with right now, because that perimeter should have not allowed somebody to be able to get through bushes, through a fence, and potentially harm the former president. I mean, as you heard the Palm Beach sheriff say, he was 300 to 500 yards away at a different hole, but it doesn't matter if you have a scope. It's very dangerous.
Yes. And we thank the professionalism, and the nation must give gratitude and sincere thanks to that agent who was cool, calm, and in his professionalism saw a muzzle and opened fire on that suspect to prevent a tragedy.
And
David
they caught
Spine.
the suspect right away, which is incredible.
Absolutely.
In Martin County.
David, thank you. Molly?
You're welcome. Thanks.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to.
Smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is. You've heard from the media. There was an attempt. Now they're not sure if it was directed at the president or the former president, Donald J. Trump. However, there was a shooting close by where he was, close to his golf course. So, like I mentioned before, if you are a supporter of Trump, if you like his policies, if you're going to be voting for Trump, make sure you pray, because that's the best thing you can do. Pray. This is the second time. The first one was close, really close. The second one, not so close. However, why is this happening? Is it because he may win the election, or he may be the 47th? Is that why? I don't know.
FBI, from the Secret Service, from the State Attorney's Office, we are going to give you everything we have. Everything. All right? So when we get done, think about your questions, because we're not going to take a lot. And keep them to the information that you heard. Don't get into what ifs, and because of this, we're not going to go there. All right? So keep that in mind, and we'll be good. So here we go. All right, 1:30 this afternoon. Call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag, which was great. So we had that information. Our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers. And we were able to get a hit on that vehicle on I-95 as it was headed into Martin County. We got a hold of Martin County Sheriff's Office, alerted them, and they spotted the vehicle and pulled it over and detained the guy. After that, we took the witness that witnessed the incident, flew him up there, and he identified as the person that he saw running out of the bushes and jumped into the car. Now, in the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off. So that's what we know about the investigation. We have somebody in custody right now that is a potential suspect. We got a little bit more work to do on it, but as we usually do, as soon as we decide that we're going to book him into the county jail and the charges that he's going to be booked into, we'll get those to you, and we'll get a picture of him, and we'll get you his background. So now I'm going to turn it over to the representative of the Secret Service, and he's going to make a brief statement.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I first want to thank all of our law enforcement partners, to include the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office and the Martin County Sheriff's Office, for their involvement today. Former President Donald Trump is safe and unharmed following a protective incident shortly before 2 p.m. on Sunday at Trump International Golf Club at West Palm Beach. The U.S. Secret Service personnel opened fire on a gunman located near the property line, and this matter is under investigation. I'll turn it over to my partners over at the FBI.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Veltri. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Miami field office. The FBI has assumed the role as the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident that occurred earlier today at Trump International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach, Florida. We've deployed a number of resources, including investigative teams, crisis response team members, bomb technicians, and evidence response team members as well. What we need right now is for the public to avoid the area around the golf course. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI, alongside our partners with the United States Secret Service and the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, as well as Martin County Sheriff's Office and state and local law enforcement. I would ask that if anyone has any information that may assist with this investigation, to contact our tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI or at tips, that's TIPS, .FBI.gov. Thank you.
David?
Hi, I'm Dave Ehrenberg, State Attorney for Palm Beach County. I want to thank Sheriff Bradshaw and our partners at the local, state, and federal levels. I'm here because our prosecutors are currently working up warrants and a motion for pretrial detention for the suspect. In that way, he will be kept in custody. But our filing of these warrants and charges at the state level does not preclude federal charges that could be coming. But in the meantime, it looks like the warrants and the pretrial detention motion will happen first. And again, I want to thank the cooperation we've had with our federal partners and at the local level. And thank you all for being here today.
Okay, we're going to make these pictures available to you. It'll show you a picture of the backpack and the rifle. And there's also a GoPro on the fence there where he was intent on filming what was going on. Even though we're going to have to secure a couple of areas around the golf course here, the public doesn't need to panic. We know that we got a post office, a library, and a school down the street. So we'll make it convenient for you to get to all the places you need to go, get your kids to school, get them over here to the post office or wherever else you need to go. It's safe. There's no more danger here, and we'll make it very convenient for you. So having said that, we're going to take a very limited amount of questions, and you can direct them to who you want to answer the question.
Sheriff, did this individual make any statements as he was being detained?
No statement right now as far as his involvement in the incident, and there's further investigation to be completed.
What was his demeanor like?
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe the Secret Service gentleman answered. I misunderstood, or I couldn't quite understand. So there was a rifle. So one of your agents saw on the golf course saw a rifle pointing through a fence. Was it the chain link? Okay, so he saw that, the agent.
That is correct. Yes.
And the president or the former president was on the course behind him. How close?
It was 1 or 2 holes behind.
1 or 2.
That because the bubble moves through the golf course, so our agents will get there first, clear it. He noticed that the rifle was pointing out. Our agents engaged. We are not sure right now if the individual was able to take a shot at our agents, but for sure our agents were able to engage with the subject. I don't know that.
Doesn't appear so.
Is there a vote?
Yep.
How far away was the president? How far away was Donald Trump when this gentleman was caught and stopped?
I got it. Okay. Probably between 300 and 500 yards, but with a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
For the Secret Service, how far was your agent from the would-be assailant?
That I'm not sure right now. We're still looking into that.
Reports of the 4 rounds of ammunition were fired. Were all 4 of those from your agent?
That is correct. 4 to 6. We're not sure yet.
Was there a long distance explain why?
Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am.
WPBX 25. I was wondering how this was able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security in the golf course?
I didn't hear all that. Say that one more time and talk up a little bit.
So how was this able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security in the golf course?
Well, you got to understand the golf course is surrounded by shrubbery. So when somebody gets into the shrubbery, they're pretty much out of sight. All right. And at this level that he is at right now, he's not the sitting president. If he was, we would have had this entire golf course around it. Well, because he's not, the security is limited to the areas that the Secret Service deems possible. So I would imagine that the next time he comes to the golf course, there'll probably be a little more people around the perimeter. But the Secret Service did exactly what they should have done. They provided exactly what the protection should have been, and their agent did a fantastic job.
Which direction was the shrubbery really was? North, south? Or I guess east, west, or south is the road?
The layout of the golf course, you've got 3 holes, 5, 6, and 7. Right? One of them runs parallel to Summit Boulevard. One of them runs parallel to Congress. And he was in an area in the shrubbery where he could see both holes. So the president was another hole back, which means he's about between 400 and 500 yards away.
So he was on the golf course?
Oh, he's on the golf course, yeah, but he's back a ways.
For the Secret Service, have you guys changed at all the way that you guys are protecting former President Donald Trump? This is now a potential second attempt on him. Can you just elaborate on how things have changed and what you make of all this?
Yes, the threat level is high. We have increased the amount of assets that we've supported. So we live in danger times. So yes. We're done with questions right now. There's really nothing more for us to add. I just want to tell you, the Secret Service and the FBI and the State Attorney's Office have been fantastic to work with. And I can tell you right now, our agency with this real-time crime center was fabulous. That's how we got the guy. We started out with, we don't know anything, to where we had a tag, we had a vehicle description, and we got an area where we saw the person. So be proud of your law enforcement. All right. Thanks, folks. We'll get back to you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
You've heard the agency right there. They're talking about how they have, I guess, more information, but they have to make sure it's correct before they bring it to the public. I think, like I've mentioned before, the best thing you can do is pray. If you support the 45th president of the United States and you think he's going to be the 47th, you should pray, okay? Because this is the second time. This wasn't as close as the first time. However, it is still the second time. I know for a fact Trump is going to do some sort of press conference tomorrow because this is who he is. He likes to talk to the American people and tell exactly how he feels. I know that's going to come in tomorrow for sure. Just pray, man. Just pray. Because I heard someone who I actually respect a lot say if Trump is on the ballot and if he is alive, he will win. That's what I heard. I respect this person so much, and that's what this person says. If he's on the ballot, if he's alive, he wins. So you just have to pray he stays alive because he's on the ballot already. So yeah, that goes all that. All right, guys. So let's see what Mr. Levin has to say. Mark Levin, what he has to say about this situation. I mean, some people don't even know this is like a second attempt, but it is a second attempt, guys. It is a second attempt. Stay prayed up, man.
The former president has responded to the shooting, writing, "There were gunshots in my vicinity, but before rumors start spiraling out of control, I wanted you to hear this first. I am safe and well. Nothing will slow me down. I will never surrender." Joining us now is Mark Levin, host of Life, Liberty, and Levin, and former Chief of Staff to Attorney General Edwin Meese in the Reagan administration. Thank you for coming on this evening. I just want to start with getting your insights on what has been a truly remarkable day.
Well, let's start this way. Thank you. Who's in charge? Who's in charge? We don't have any idea who's in charge. Who's in charge of protecting a presidential candidate in this country? Well, we can talk about the Secret Service, the FBI, DHS. I listen to all your great hosts with their tremendous experience, and it is fascinating to me. You know, I'm a little older. I served in the Reagan administration. I was Chief of Staff to Attorney General Meese, and let me tell you what would have happened in that administration. Ronald Reagan would have picked up the phone. He would have called Attorney General Meese. He would have said, you're in charge of getting to the bottom of this, and you got 48 hours to do it. Meese, who I worked next to, he would have called the Treasury Secretary. He would have called every department that has any role in federal law enforcement. FBI reports to him. He would have dragged Christopher Wray up there. He would have brought in the U.S. Marshals. He would have brought them all in. Secret Service, Secretary of DHS. We would have been in the Situation Room with the United States Department of Justice. And Ed Meese would have said to all those gathered, you better GD get to the bottom of this, and you have 48 hours to report to me, and I want to know how you're going to fix this. And I want to know right away how you're going to fix this. Twice on our watch? Never. Instead, we have very wise people who worked at the FBI, who worked at Secret Service, who worked in local law enforcement. Where's the Secret Service? Where's the FBI? Nobody is in charge because we have a president of the United States who's mentally incapacitated. We have a vice president of the United States who's an incompetent, way over her head. We have an attorney general of the United States who just held a press event the other day about violence, and he's, in the witness protection program, the top 3 people in charge of law enforcement in the United States of America. 2 of them tweeted, 1 of them did nothing. Now, this isn't about tweeting. Oh, I'm so glad that President Trump is well. Well, isn't that nice? The executive branch is run by the President of the United States. Number 2, the Vice President of the United States. Federal law enforcement, ultimately, the Attorney General of the United States. And they're all AWOL. They're nowhere. So it's perfectly fine if we keep banging heads about the head of the Secret Service, the head of the FBI. These are bureaucrats mostly. Mayorkas, we know what he is. He's a complete incompetent buffoon. But where the hell is the president, the vice president who wants to be president, and the attorney general, who has done absolutely nothing to get his hands around this? Now, I'm telling you this as somebody who served at the highest level of the Department of Justice, that justice wouldn't sit back and wait for a local special agent in charge in Miami to take over. They'd be sending guys in there from Washington, D.C., and Meese would have wanted a report every hour on the damn hour. And he'd want to know what we're going to do to fix this. And I can also tell you that the first time around this would have happened had Ed Meese been the Attorney General, Reagan been the President of the United States. So this is all evidence to me when I listen to everybody, and they're all fantastic. But it's all evidence to me of Keystone Cops. Who's in charge of what? Well, it depends. This one should have done that. This should have done. No, we need a general who's in charge and says, I want to know who the hell screwed up. I want to know what the hell we're going to do to fix this next time, what resources we need. And I don't want to hear again that the Secret Service doesn't have resources. We're $5 trillion in debt with this administration. Maybe a little bit of that climate change money or money going to illegal aliens. Maybe that money could have been moved into the Secret Service. I have no idea. But we have no time to figure all that out. We have 50 days until a presidential election. Let me ask you a question. Does Joe Biden seem that concerned tonight? Where is he? Does Kamala Harris seem that concerned tonight? Well, she tweeted. Isn't that nice? I tweeted too. So what? The Attorney General of the United States, does he seem that concerned tonight? No. They just don't give a you-know-what, and they won't take charge of this. So the executive branch is running adrift. That is what's happening. Every part of it, including the best parts of it, the federal law enforcement parts of it, they're now running adrift. I speak as a former person who served at the highest level of the Department of Justice.
So, Mark, Charlie Hurt here. Obviously, you're exactly right about President Biden being completely MIA and has been for a long time in the presidency. But we're sort of back at this. After the Butler, Pennsylvania shooting, there was all of this professed unity where President Biden and others talked about how they were going to lower the rhetoric. But now we're back to where you have Democrats issuing tweets saying that they're glad that the guy they called last week Hitler survived another assassination attempt. Mm-hmm. It strikes me that maybe they didn't really mean it when they said it 6 weeks ago.
Of course they don't mean it. If you watch MSNBC for about 15 minutes, the hate and the drivel and the contempt that pours out of their pores from Joy Reid and, don't get me started with a long list. CNN, so contemptible. Every time they mention Trump's name, they have this constipated look on their face, like it's unbearable. The way that you have prosecutors talk about Donald Trump, elected prosecutors and a Garland-appointed prosecutor, the things that they say in their briefs are so horrendous. What some of these judges have to say, the Democrat Party controls the culture, they control the media, they control the propaganda, they now control many of the court systems, and that's exactly what you're seeing. You're seeing a one-party monopolistic system. And people have written about this long before me, who've gone through these various regimes, totalitarian regimes, their use of words, creating devil terms and angel terms. Trump's always the devil, Kamala Harris is the angel. And you can see this endless propaganda and contempt. And by the way, they hate you and me, too. They've made it abundantly clear they hate at least half the country. So, of course, this contributes to the nut jobs out there and so forth. But still, I don't know how much we can do to fix that. I do know we can do something to fix the executive branch. And we got to boot these people out as fast as possible, take these agencies back. We need to fumigate them. We need to get people in there who are serious public servants and civil servants. We need to put competent people in senior positions. We need to take the FBI back. We need to take all the federal agencies, and particularly the police agencies, back. We need to take the Department of Justice back. And we can do that in the next election, because right now they're completely and utterly either out of control or rudderless.
Mark, it's Joe Concha. I'm going to read a quote from Lester Holt, who was reporting on this assassination attempt, again, the second in 64 days. Here's what he said tonight on the NBC Nightly News, and you're going to get a real kick out of this. Quote, today's apparent assassination attempt comes amid increasingly fierce rhetoric on the campaign trail. Mr. Trump, his running mate J.D. Vance, continue to make baseless claims about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, resulting in bomb threats. So in other words, it's Trump's fault that somebody tried to shoot him today because of something that was said about Springfield, Ohio, which has had an influx of thousands upon thousands of Haitian immigrants to their town. And because Trump brings that up and because J.D. Vance brings that up, therefore, that's what's leading this. I'll let you go from here because I can't believe what I just saw right now on the NBC Nightly News.
Sickening. Absolutely sickening. No, actually, I thought it was all the Democrats and their anti-Semitism. I thought it was all the Democrats and their anti-Israel. I thought it was all the Democrats hunting down Jews on the universities and college campuses. I thought they were the problem. I thought it was all the illegal immigrants raping, murdering, selling into slavery, women and children. Maybe Lester Holt has a difficulty digesting facts around him. This guy is not a Haitian. In fact, the more I'm reading I'm getting information he may have been an anti-Semite. I don't know what he is. We'll get the facts. But Lester Holt doesn't have any facts, does he? And you know what? If you tried to do a Google search of the number of times Donald Trump is called Hitler, I think your computer would melt down. I think your computer would melt down. To dumb down what Hitler is in order to try and turn, look, let's be honest. They've been trying to turn Trump into a non-human. And that's what they've been trying to do from the beginning. They're dehumanizing him. And they've been doing this. I've written about this in 2 books. The way they treat him, the way they talk about him, their facial actions and so forth and so on. And that debate with Kamala Harris is more of the same. The facial tics, you're a disgrace, totally non-substantive, how he's a threat. You said you would burn down. I mean, just stupid things. Charlottesville, all these lies. trying to create a caricature. They want to run against a caricature. They want to create a caricature. Unfortunately, the culture is very sick in large measure due to the media. But I don't want to miss the fact that the problem that's going on in federal law enforcement today is at the top. It's at the very, very top with the president, with Harris, with Merrick Garland. Those are the three who are responsible for what takes place. They are in charge, not anybody else. And that's why everybody's running around like Keystone Cops, who's in charge of what.
Mark, it's Alicia Acuna, and thank you so much for being here. You know, as you know, the acting U.S. Secret Service Director Ronald Rowe gave an update to senators on Thursday on the internal investigation from the July 13th assassination attempt. And Senator Blumenthal told Fox folks are going to be shocked, appalled, and astonished. I would argue they already are. How are Americans supposed to absorb the findings of that internal investigation as we are now going to be learning so much more about this latest assassination attempt? It just seems so much for the American people.
You know, we're grown-ups here. We really have a way to deal with this. You know, in most regimes, we do not. One day we may not hear, but we do right now. The same people who have destroyed our economy and destroyed our border, we're destroying law enforcement, destroying our military. The same people who are destroying our alliances are destroying our FBI and our Secret Service and our Department of Justice and our Department of Homeland Security. I mean, they're good at one thing, they're consistent. And so if you want to fix it, our Constitution gives you an option. The option is to kick their asses out of office and bring in people who are serious. We didn't have this sort of thing 4 years ago. Not in any of these areas that I talked about, and we have it now, and it's completely out of control. And the only way to deal with it right now, we have 50 days, is in 50 days. And we need to deal with it. You know, it's one thing for we as citizens to whine about this stuff, but I want people to remember about Thomas Paine. I want them to remember about Paul Revere. People say, well, what can I do? You know, I'm a janitor, I'm an electrician. You can do a hell of a lot. You are the Paul Reveres and you are the Thomas Paines. You need to talk to 10 people. You need to talk to 15 people. You need to make sure you not only vote early, you get people vote early.
You heard Mark Levin. He's on points for sure, 100%. Look, what is going on? Like he mentioned, who is in charge? Who is in charge? If this happened one time, you sure don't want it to happen again. It's like, yo, we have to make sure this doesn't happen again. And now it happens again. So it's like, okay, wait, who is in charge here? Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's see what else is going on, man. It's just another day, same story.
For more on this, we're joined by Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett, member of the House Oversight Committee, but looking in the previous assassination attempt. Congressman Burchett, thank you for joining us. I mean, this nation today, came so close to an assassination, it seems, of the former president. Just yards, a muzzle poking through a chain-link fence, spotted by a professional advance team, a Secret Service agent who fired shots. What is it going to take for Washington to protect former President Trump more, to add security, to realize, as we heard in the news conference from the Palm Beach Sheriff County, he said, well, he's not a sitting president, we know that, but at least ramp up the level of security. Do you expect those calls to come on Capitol Hill starting tomorrow?
They're already calling now. And you got to ask yourself, why was there not a drone flying over wherever the president is? This is ridiculous. This Palm Beach officer, he needs to be demoted or fired, or if he's elected, his people need to set him aside because he is not fulfilling his duty. Clearly, we have got to be careful because the power of suggestion is what we're seeing right now. The left is just ramped up their vitriol. You've seen the tweets that, they're saying something about they need to learn how to aim better and things like that. Those are the type of things that incite somebody who is on the edge. They know exactly what they're doing. This establishment, the swamp, whatever you want to call it, it's an open sewer. They have thrown down the gauntlet. They know if Donald J. Trump is elected, their days are over. We'll get this country back in order, and they will throw anything and everything at it. The problem is you've got a Secret Service, at least in my opinion, and in the public's eye, that is compromised and that it lacks in leadership. And you've got brave agents on the ground, obviously, one who took that shot. But why in the world would anybody be anywhere near the perimeter of this line of sight that we talk about is just beyond me. So we've got to get some answers. I don't think we're going to get them during this administration, but hopefully under the Trump administration, we'll clean this rat's nest out. I mean, we've got to go through these departments like Grant through Richmond, brother. We cannot put up with this anymore.
Well, clearly we don't know the motive why the suspect, Ryan Wesley Routh, allegedly, hit himself in the bushes, but he did have a GoPro. What does that tell you? I mean, it seems that he wanted to potentially suggest to put the assassination of President Trump on social media.
100%. It's an ego thing. It's somebody that wants to be somebody. And look, these people that will never know the true story. I'm leaning towards conspiracy on this now because they put this out enough. They put it in somebody's ear. They know these type of people, how they're going to react. Somebody is putting up this kind of information out there, so these lunatics will pull the trigger on this type of.
It may not be a conspiracy. It could be a lone situation of a lone wolf, someone who's disturbed.
On the last one, that's what everybody said. But, we'll never know that because it's less than a few hours later, they were already washing the roof off, destroying the crime scene. And that creates an air of conspiracy at least to the American public, and you'll never be able to do that. They keep saying, trust us, trust us. Heck, we don't even know what happened to Kennedy, and that was 60 years ago, brother. Washington, D.C. does not turn loose of its secrets very easily, and the American public are right to question this. When you see hard left people putting out negative things about Trump today, saying they missed, they need to learn how to sight their guns in better and things like that. And those people are not being yanked off the air. Why is that? If it had been, good and well, and it should be, if somebody on the other side was saying that, if heaven forbid somebody on the left was shot at or was killed, there would be cause to shut those people down. But they're not doing that now. They're ramping it up, and they're allowed to do that because that is the vitriol that's coming out of Washington, D.C. and the hard left because they know they're in trouble.
Well, in terms of the roof, perhaps the FBI processed the scene. That's why it was washed off. But, others would say it's both sides. You got rhetoric from the hard right, and the level of rhetoric, of hatred, of anger, of divisiveness has been through the roof in this country. And some would say that's enough to push someone who could be mentally unstable or seek some type of glory over the edge.
Well, but you're only seeing that from the far left. And as far as the crime scene goes, dadgummit, there shouldn't have been congressmen and civilians on the roof of that building after that. If there's a crime that happens in East Tennessee, there's going to be tape out. They're going to be investigating it sometimes days later. There should have been a tent over that roof. That should have been locked down, but it was not. You basically had souvenir hunters out there, for goodness sake. So, yeah, the American public has a reason to doubt what's going on right now because they're seeing it. There is no way in hell that somebody should have been that close to President Trump with an AK-style or AK-47 or whatever it was with a scope.
Well, what if it's a lack of resources? What if it's a lack of, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what if a lack of resources? Or as we heard the sheriff say, he's not the sitting president. If he was the sitting president, that street would have been shut down. Would you call now, Congressman Burchett, for tighter security and ramping up and treating former President Trump almost to the security level of a current president?
Well, we should have been asking that about Kennedy when Joe Biden refused to give him any Secret Service. I mean, good gosh. What family has suffered more under assassins' bullets than the Kennedys, for goodness sakes? He was denied it, and that was clearly for political reasons. The president's own son going into federal court had more security than than was afforded actually Mr. Kennedy. So, this is a political game. That's a bunch of bull. They have billions of dollars to play with, and Trump ought not even. Well, they shouldn't even allow him to go outside in an open setting like that, even though who he is. Everybody knows who he is. This was one of those off-the-record things, but everybody sort of knows his pattern. They know he likes to play golf, and they know when he's in Florida, he's going to play golf. Dadgummit, they should have closed it off. They have the power to do that. They ought to do that. They're going to come to us for more money. I think they need to quit with the DEI hires and start putting qualified people out there in decision-making positions instead of what they're doing right now.
We don't know if DEI had something to do with this, but we do know that this one agent was able to, thankfully, avert a tragedy. So, bottom line from you, let's treat former President Trump on a higher level of security twice in 2 months.
Twice.
It's past time.
It's too many. Both times were due to their lack of ability. Thank God for that brave agent who took those shots.
Yep, we have to thank him. Hopefully, we'll know more about him, and we thank the Secret Service for what they did today. Representative Tim Burchett
100%.
of Tennessee, thank you for your insight and joining us. And they're going to be these calls to actually get more security for the former president after.
There you have it. Is what this man's saying true? Like there might be some compromise in the inside. I don't know. That's what he said. One thing is for sure, though. 2 times in 2 months, that's a lot for a former president and someone who has the upper hand in the presidential election. I mean, look at the vote. Look at the polls on here, right here. We have over 3,591 votes, and 80% of those people wants Trump to win the election. 20% wants Kamala to win the election. So we can say he has the upper hand in this election. Yet he has 2 alleged assassination attempts. Well, the first one we saw it. The second one, they're still doing their, thorough investigation.
Maureen, based on what I just said and the information we have now, what is your sense? How does the investigation go from here? And we find out what was his motive, who is he, and why he allegedly was stalking former President Trump to shoot him.
Thanks for having me. With regard to motive, I think it goes back to, what we used to call the Billy Bad Boy motive, which is he just wants to be seen as a big tough guy when in fact he knows he's not. The indications to me with regard to the ceramic ballistic plates within 2 backpacks tell me that he was going to put one on the front and one on the back, and that was going to be his way to escape from that location after he were to shoot President Trump. Also, with regard to security, I own my own company. Security is a two-way street, and although it seems, an unpopular opinion, he's right off the freeway there. I mean, at some point you have to tell President Trump, you can't golf here. You can golf maybe some other holes or maybe a different area or whatever, but this is an impossible situation until such a time that your security gets ramped up to a level that would facilitate that.
That's a good point in the sense that, we kind of take it for granted or try to that the Secret Service is so professional and the agency is that they can protect anyone. But there are times, you just pointed it out, that sometimes it could be the best efforts may not succeed. I mean, of course, there are the questions. Why wasn't the street closed? Well, it's because he's not the sitting president, we're told, by the Palm Beach County Sheriff. Why weren't more officers out there or agents? Well, it's a matter of manpower. I mean, there are some of those realistic, real-world restraints that the Secret Service has.
And I remember being a young mother when Obama was in office, and the whole west side of L.A., where I live, would get shut down, and I mean locked down, 12 times a year when he would come here for fundraisers, or even all the presidents come here for fundraisers, as you well know. So should everyone in that area be inconvenienced because someone wants to play around at golf? I don't know. I mean, these are conversations to have. But with my clients, oftentimes I have these conversations with them saying, I understand you want all this, you want coverage, you want us to be able to see you want cameras set up everywhere, but you don't want them on the interior of your house, let's say. But certain times when someone does break in, we need to have those cameras on the inside so that we can relay that information to law enforcement if they in fact respond to a situation. The same holds true for, there are some places of worship that really don't want any cameras on the interior of that church or synagogue. And in that instance, we have to tell them too that oftentimes, if there is a law enforcement response, we really need to be able to see in there. So these conversations with clients or with, your protectees they can be difficult, but they have to be done. And I just want to give a shout out to the Eagle Eye Secret Service agent. That was outstanding work by the sheriff's deputy that pulled that person over. And when you consider that sheriff's deputy was pulling that guy over, knowing he was armed, probably ready to use it, and could potentially have been crazy. Just the amount of bravery involved in that traffic stop should just stop us in our tracks.
There have been a lot of questions about the past assassination and the Secret Service and police preparedness, but man, we have to have our hats off and salute the Secret Service advanced team agent who saw, what are the chances of seeing a muzzle in the bushes in a chain link fence? That's like almost impossible. And of course, as you point out, the sheriff's deputy who pulled over that car, knowing that this suspect could have been armed. Maureen O'Connell, thank you. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
You're welcome.
Oh, you wanted to add something? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, working gangs and doing warrants in rough neighborhoods my whole career, I can tell you that they were looking for more than just a muzzle. You're looking for shadows, you're looking for movements, you're looking for change in lighting, you're looking for the absence of normalcy. There's all kinds of things going through your head, and it all falls under the umbrella of keeping your head on a swivel.
Hats off. Thank you, agent, whoever you are. I hope we will find out at some point. The president is safe. He is in good spirits.
I just read a comment. Somebody said Trump needs publicity. This is a man that has been in the public eye for almost, if not more, than 50 years. You think he needs more publicity? This is a former president of the United States. This is a man that every single person knows. Trump is more, I would say, famous than the current president of the United States. This is just facts. Every person knows the name Trump. You think he needs more publicity? He has said it before. He said, I would pay to bring down the publicity that surrounds my name. So when you say he needs publicity, this isn't the type of publicity you need. However, this is dangerous, bro. This is dangerous. And people who say they don't like Trump, they wish bad things on him. I'm not going to vote for Kamala, but I don't wish anything bad on her. I don't think she's, going to be capable of sitting or standing in front of someone like President Xi or President Putin. But I'm not going to wish anything bad on her. But when I listen to people who have Trump derangement syndrome, they're going to say, you know what? I wish the person didn't miss. Who says things like that? Why would you even say a thing like that? I don't even wish my enemy type of thing. But yet you have people who wish that, the person did not miss. What kind of mind state is that? You need to be in a psychiatrist hospital.
Continuing coverage of today's apparent assassination attempt on former President Trump. More on this. Let's bring in Florida Congressman Mike Waltz. Congressman, thank you for joining me. He sits on the House Armed Services and Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and we greatly appreciate your insights today. You, of course, have served yourself, a combat veteran. What do you make of what we're learning so far about sort of this nest that the alleged would-be assassin set up there in the bushes right outside just a couple hundred yards from where the president was playing golf. The GoPro that was found, the equipment, the gun, your thoughts?
Well, first, I want to commend, obviously, the Secret Service agent who saw a threat and took immediate action. I want to commend the service and the FBI and our sheriffs for immediately having a press conference and informing the public of what they know when they knew it, unlike what happened after July 13th, where we literally went days without then Director Cheadle or anyone informing the public. But I want to, Molly, I want to make a very important point here. You know, this rhetoric against President Trump, this narrative that he will be the next dictator, that he is the next Hitler coming, it has got to stop. Enough is enough. Stop it on the left for doing this. It is bad enough that we have an enemy of the United States, Iran, with active plots to kill him. One of which was just stopped a few weeks ago. We now have multiple assassination attempts in a matter of months. And when you have this narrative coming from the left, from media, from elected officials even, that Trump has to be stopped by any means necessary, it shouldn't surprise anyone that these people are being radicalized and taking action like this. So my message to them, if you truly care about our democracy, as you say you do, let democracy play out with the voters and knock off this rhetoric. One person's already been killed in Butler, Pennsylvania. And but for the actions of one Secret Service agent today, there might have been more.
Yeah, I think you point to some of the things. There are some heroes on the ground today that acted with incredible bravery, not just spotting the gun, the barrel, the taking action immediately, but also chasing down this vehicle where clearly there was someone that would potentially could be a very dangerous individual. So heroes on the ground in multiple places today. But as you mentioned, this is a second assassination attempt. The first assassination attempt, very public as well, as the president was speaking behind the podium to the nation as he's the leading candidate for his party. Here today, there's a GoPro on the scene. So there does seem to be, as the sheriff even pointed out, that this may have been an attempt to broadcast something. That there is a certain attention seeking going on here. Your thoughts on that?
Well, that's right. And that's playing into this kind of public propaganda narrative that, you know, he would be some type of potential hero in stopping an authoritarian takeover of the United States, which is how the left repeatedly is painting President Trump. I mean, they took maybe a 3-4 day pause after he almost had his head blown off on national television. President Trump even said so during the debate where he said to Kamala Harris, you know, the things you're saying almost got me killed. But I want to make another point. I'm a member of the Assassination Task Force. We were just briefed by Acting Director Rowe as it pertained to the July 13th assassination attempt that President Biden ordered that former President Trump and Kamala Harris have the same level of protection that a current president, that Biden has. But I'm hearing from agents already that if that was true, if that was being implemented, you would have had a much larger presence from the Secret Service around that golf course. You would have had plainclothes officers in that tree line. You would have had more local law enforcement in place. And the Palm Beach County Sheriff essentially said the same thing. When President Trump was president, they had much more of a presence on the ground. So look, if they need more resources from Congress, if the Secret Service needs some type of new technology, if they need more resources to local law enforcement, let us in Congress know now. This isn't something we can think about down the road. These plots are active, they're ongoing, and we need to give the Secret Service everything they need to keep our president safe.
Congressman Mike Waltz, thank you so much for coming on, for bringing us your information, your insights. We have been getting a lot of information about the first assassination attempt through Congress, so we greatly appreciate you joining us.
If I want to give the former president an advice, I would say, first of all, you are an OG. You are very respected by a lot of people. Millions of people voted for you. Okay, so I don't think you should be going to play golf at a very public, open space like that, especially when something very awful happened to you 2 months ago. You were almost killed. You see what I mean? So you need to be very cautious now. And I know, like, for a man like Trump, he doesn't, is like, you know what? So you want me to sit inside and be scared? He's not gonna do it. He's gonna go out to do what he wants to do, what he thinks, you know, freedom of movement. He wants to move around and exercise his rights. He wants to be able to talk to people, meet people, shake hands. I get it. However, you have to be alive to goddamn run the country. This is what I think, man. This is just what I think. Let's see what CNN has to say. I think they have a new information about this man. Let's go check it out. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is.
Well, I want to go to reporting from our Josh Campbell, who has been talking to his sources at the FBI and is learning that as we speak, Anderson, the investigation is now going global. What authorities are trying to do is try to understand a little bit more about this man who ended up on that near that golf course, 58-year-old Ryan Wesley Routh. According to Josh's sources, authorities are working to obtain search warrants on various social media accounts believed to be associated with him. Some of these images that you're looking at to your screen here, these are images that our investigative unit has been able to cull from his various social media accounts that are available online. The suspected online activity is also involving some of these platforms that are located outside of the United States. And what the FBI is also aware of are some of his online claims about foreign travel. And I want to zero in on something here, Anderson. The pictures that you're seeing come from a GoFundMe account. And on that account, Routh claims that he went to Kyiv in 2022. He was raising money to try to support his travel that appears to be completely done on his own. On that GoFundMe website site, he is encouraging others to join him. It is unofficial. He claims that he is staying with people aligned with the military, that he's donating military devices to some of the fighters in Ukraine. And our team is also gathering a little more of a background about where he comes from in the United States. We believe, according to public records searches, that he was splitting time between Hawaii and North Carolina, that in Hawaii, he was a self-employed affordable housing builder. He started in 2018 a company called Camp Box Honolulu, building some of those storage units and tiny houses, and that he had donated a structure to some homeless people. In North Carolina, though, we are getting through some of the federal campaign finance records, a donation of $100, more than $100 to Act Blue, which processes donations to Democratic campaigns. He had registered as an unaffiliated voter, that is without a party affiliation in 2012, but he had voted in the March 2024 Democratic primary. And it also shows, according to North Carolina public records, that he had a number of brushes with the law. In 2002, he had a weapon. He had been pulled over by police, and that he barricaded himself in a building. That is something that police did recently confirm after his arrest on Sunday, and that he had a number of according to public records, Anderson, that he had issues with the courts and failing to pay taxes. Anderson.
Kamala, thanks very much. More now on the breaking news. Tomorrow, the acting Secret Service director heads to Florida. Ronald Rowe got to the top job after the director resigned in July in a hail of criticism, you may remember, after the first assassination attempt on Trump in Pennsylvania. Back now with our panel, Julia Kayyem, Daniel Brunner, and Jonathan Wackrow. Daniel, it's interesting to see those pictures of this guy. I guess those were taken early on in Ukraine. As somebody who was in Ukraine for a couple of weeks at the start of the war in Lviv, you would see a whole bunch of folks coming there from the U.S. Some of them, had legit military training in the U.S. and were there believing in the cause and wanting to help and volunteer where they could or train others. And then you'd also see just some folks who kind of washed ashore there with running from something or just seeing this as some kind of opportunity to jumpstart their life. And so I'm curious to learn more about what this person was actually doing. Was he one of those people who just kind of got attracted to that and went? Did he actually have, was he actually, contributing in some way? There's certainly still a lot we don't know about this person.
There's a lot that's going to be looked at. The digital evidence that this individual left behind is clearly tremendous. We're going to be looking at all his CCTV, all his social media, and they're going to be looking back a number of years because obviously he's had an extensive social media presence going back to before the war in Ukraine. So they're going to be looking all the way back before that. They're going to look at what his motivations were for going to Ukraine, and then was he affected in Ukraine? Did that motivation come to the United States? And then as a processing and during the course of the investigation, that'll all be analyzed, that'll all be looked at, and to look for other mitigating factors that could have sent this individual down that road to, to prepare for this attack, and understanding what the motivation was going on as far back as pre-war Ukraine.
And Julia, the fact that he had, allegedly had a GoPro that he was going to be using to document either if he was pulling the trigger or, showing downrange what happened when he pulled the trigger. That indicates certainly a desire to broadcast, whether in real time or later, what was going to be done.
Right, that's exactly right. We've seen it in mass shooting cases. We've seen them in terrorism cases. The performative nature of the violence, and so it's not enough just to kill or assassinate a former president. It is you've got to document it, and we don't know if he wanted to live stream it. We don't know what he was intending to do with it, but we can, I think, rationally deduce that part of it was the amplification of the violence itself. He lived very online. He was very vocal. We see all of these pictures. And so that is something that suggests to me that this was well planned out over time. And we just don't know what sort of triggered it in the last couple of weeks or months.
And Jonathan, if this was a last minute, schedule, put it on the schedule, go play golf, that also raises questions about, how he.
I am sorry to say, but who wants to document this types of stuff? Who the hell wants to document this type of stuff? What is wrong with his mind? He needs to be checked by a doctor, okay? Because this is just off the chart. Okay, this is wild. This is just, god damn. What is this?
You knew about it.
No, it actually does raise questions again. But when we start looking at this individual, it is not normal for someone to wake up and decide I'm going to go shoot the former president, right? The investigators right now are looking at the pathway to violence, his grievances, his violent ideations, his pre-attack planning. All of this will come out through the investigation, to include how did he know that the president was going to be there on that day.
There you go. It's not normal for someone to just wake up and say they want to go shoot the former. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Pre-attack. Pre-attack planning. How did he know? So basically, they're saying that someone is compromised in Trump's team. Is that what they're saying? Because, like, if someone is compromised, then that is going to be very, very scary and sad to even hear or know. Anyway, so we're going to move a little bit from what we now know as an attempt on the former president's life. We're going to move towards the Asian immigrant situation. We're going to listen to JD Vance talk about what he means by, or what the OG means by, they are eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. So let's go listen to what JD had to say about that. Also, if you guys don't know, the eating the dog, eating the cat meme is going wild on TikTok. I guess with this attempt on President Trump's live, it may just die down, and this may be the new thing because social media trend comes and goes in like sometimes hours, sometimes days. Sometimes it doesn't even make it that long. So now with this attempt, new info, new trend is gonna start up and again. You know what I mean?
Their running mates, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, are focusing on the states that will decide the next president, with the race apparently deadlocked after what could be the only Harris-Trump debate. But Donald Trump is also doubling down on a baseless claim that he made at the debate, that Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, are eating people's pets. Local officials and the state's Republican governor say there is absolutely no evidence of that claim, and they are warning it is actually hurting their city. Springfield, Ohio is facing a fourth day of threats over the claims that have forced a college, hospitals, and schools to lock down. Meanwhile, Springfield police say they received 2 calls about Proud Boys marching through the city. Here's how Donald Trump responded to the controversy over Haitians who, I want to note, are in the U.S. legally.
I don't know what happened with the bomb threats. I know that it's been taken over by illegal migrants, and that's a terrible thing that happened. Springfield was this beautiful town, and now they're going through hell.
Here with me now is Republican Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance, who represents Ohio in the U.S. Senate. Thank you for being here, sir. So the mayor of Springfield, Ohio, Rob Rue, said, quote, all these federal politicians that have negatively spun our city, they need to know they're hurting our city, and it was their words that did it. Before Donald Trump talked about eating dogs and cats on a debate stage, it was you, Senator, who first elevated this baseless rumor. These are your constituents. So why are you putting them at risk by continuing to spread claims about Haitian immigrants, despite officials in your state saying that there's no evidence and pleading for you to stop?
Well, Dana, first of all, what's putting the residents of Springfield at risk, which was a town completely ignored by the American media until Donald Trump and I started surfacing some of these concerns, is that they can't afford housing, they can't afford health care. The schools have been overwhelmed, the hospitals have been overwhelmed, and they're overwhelmed because Kamala Harris allowed 20,000 Haitian migrants to get dropped into a small Ohio town of about 40,000 people, and it's completely overwhelmed the services. Now, you ask, why have I talked about some of the things that I've been talking about? Let me just say this. My constituents have brought approximately a dozen separate concerns to me. 10 of them are verifiable and confirmable, and a couple of them I talk about because my constituents are telling me firsthand that they're seeing these things. So I have 2 options, Dana. I can ignore them, which is what the American media has done for years to this community, or I can actually talk about what people are telling me. And of course, many of the things that the media says are completely baseless have since been confirmed. For example, I was told, Dana, that by the American media that it was baseless that migrants were capturing the geese from the local park pond and eating them. And yet there are 911 calls from well before this ever became a viral sensation of people complaining about that exact thing happening. So my attitude is listen to my constituents. Sometimes they're going to say things that people don't like, but they're saying things that people don't like because their town has been overwhelmed, and it's my job to try to fight for them and to protect them. Kamala Harris opened the border, and now these people are suffering. That's what I'm focused on, Dana.
Senator, I have to go through several things that you just said. First of all, the Clark County Sheriff and the Ohio Department of Natural Resources reviewed 11 months of 911 calls. They only identified 2 instances of people alleging Haitians were taking geese out of parks. They found 0 evidence to substantiate those claims. Also, other evidence that you have talked about, even you've retweeted alleged evidence, are unsourced social media videos from a different city, apparently no connection to Haitians. And this is from a conservative activist who offered a $5,000 reward for such things. And then going just backly to the schools and the hospitals and so forth being overwhelmed. No.
Wait. Did she just say there were 2 alleged uh update on people saying that they actually saw two people taking gifts from gifts from the park. And then she's saying, okay, look, who knows? Who knows? Because I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, if someone said they saw people taking the gifts, hey, this is just wild, bro.
Nobody is disputing that the town of Springfield, Ohio, needs help. But you're not just a bystander, you're the senator from Ohio. So instead of saying things that are wrong and actually causing the hospitals, the schools, the government buildings to be evacuated because of bomb threats, because of the cats and dogs thing, why not actually be constructive in helping to better integrate them into the community? Because there are a lot of employers there who say that the Haitian workers are helping fill jobs that they need desperately filled.
Dana, first of all, let me just respond to a couple of things that you said, but I want to start with something you said, which I think is frankly disgusting and is more appropriate for a Democratic propagandist than it is for an American journalist. There is nothing that I have said that has led to threats against these hospitals. These hospitals, the bomb threats and so forth, it's disgusting. The violence is disgusting. We condemn it. We condemn all violence.
Senator,
and
this
threats
happened
of violence.
after you and
But to
President
say,
Trump were on the
Dana,
debate
to say,
stage, said
Dana,
that cats and dogs
you
were
asked,
being
you
eaten.
asked a question, Dana, and I'm going to go ahead and answer it. What
after
we
that,
said,
they were
what we have said is that this town has suffered terribly under the policies of Kamala Harris. Now, you just accused me of inciting violence against the community when all that I've done is surface the complaints of my constituents, people who are suffering because of Kamala Harris's policies. Are we not allowed to talk about these problems because some psychopaths are threatening violence? We can condemn the violence on the one hand, but also talk about the terrible consequences of Kamala Harris's open border on the other hand. Now, let me just fact check a couple of.
This is why I feel like, well, I don't feel. This is why I have seen and I know now that JD Vance is a very positive addition to Trump's campaign, to Trump's whole team. Because now, if Trump has someone like JD Vance, who is very articulate, who doesn't take BS from the media, who actually knows how to dissect and answer precisely what the question is, now she doesn't know what to say because she's trying to throw him under the bus by saying he's inciting some sort of terror on the city or in the city with what he says. And it's like, no, that's not what I said. And why would you say I said something like that, or I'm doing something like that with my words? Man, you gotta respect JD. I like now JD's growing on me. I like JD Vance. Now, I didn't know anything about JD Vance apart from the movie. You know, if you guys haven't seen, his family actually have a movie about them. I think it's Healy, Billy, Elegy, or something like that. Heel, Elegy, I don't know. You guys go figure that out. He has a movie about him and his family because his mom or is like his grandma. I don't know, his mom or his grandma or his stepmom was a drug addict and they grew up really poor. You should watch the movie about JD Vance. You would really like the movie. Go check it out.
Other things that you said, Dana, because it's important. You said that all of these migrants are in the country legally. They're in the country through what's called temporary protective status.
Right.
That is when Kamala Harris waved a magic amnesty wand, taking people and giving them legal status. That is not to say that they're here legally. That is a terrible indictment of her amnesty policies that have further opened the border and further
but it's
caused
not illegal.
terrible migration into this country.
You might not agree with the policy, and obviously you don't, which is totally fair and legitimate. There are policy disagreements all the time. But the fact is, it is the law because President
Dana,
Biden
the point
and
is,
Vice
Dana,
President Harris are. But I don't want to, frankly, go down this conversation about policy
Dana,
because
you made a point. You don't. I agree. You don't want to talk about policy.
No,
Dana,
what I
want to
talk about. What I want to talk about
instead of about the fact
Senator,
that Kamala
it was
Harris,
your distraction.
Dana, granted amnesty
You were the
at
one
a mass
who started
level.
talking
She
about
granted
eating
amnesty
dogs
at a
and
mass
cats.
level.
You were the one who brought
Dana,
this
my
up.
constituents
The president
were the
said
ones
it
who
to
talked about
60
eating
million
dog and
people.
cats, and I talked about it because you were ignoring this community. My constituents talked about
Have
it.
you
And
been
it is
to
my
Springfield?
responsibility to surface their concerns when the American media
Have you been to
ignores it.
Springfield?
Dana, I've been to Springfield probably 100 times in my life.
How about
I've taken my
recently,
children
since
to
you've
get
heard
ice
this?
cream at Young's Jersey Dairy.
Have you heard recently since you've gotten these calls?
Have I been in the last 4 days?
No,
No,
I'm
I haven't
talking
been in
about
the last 4 days, but I've
since
talked
you've
to a lot
gotten
of
these
people in
calls from the
Springfield, Dana,
constituents.
and they're telling me this stuff is happening. Dana, would you like to ask me questions and then let me answer them, or would you like to debate me on these topics? I noticed that when you had Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, you gave them multiple choice answers to the questions that you asked, and you allowed them to answer the questions. I'm happy to be here to talk about policy, but if you're going to interrupt me every single time that I open my mouth, then why am I even doing this? So please ask a question, and I'd ask you to be polite enough to let me answer it.
Yes, I am, and I think that if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were making unsubstantiated claims
You got
that had
cut,
racist
Dana.
undertones about people eating dogs and cats, and they didn't answer the questions about that, then I would have similar interactions with them. As you know, I am very grateful that you come on the show, as I am for other Republicans. But this is something that you're hearing from constituents. I did a lot of reporting. I talked to people in Ohio over the weekend, and they're really worried about these claims. The policies, yes, I am
No, you
agreeing
wouldn't.
with you that what I heard is that there is concern that these migrants, there's a lot of them, and the integration isn't being done fast enough and well enough. And that's a totally legitimate conversation. But there are other conversations that are happening. Aiden Clark.
This is what I'm saying. JD Vance is now becoming OG because now he's now understanding. Okay, okay, this is what you guys like to do. Cut me off when I try to say the private points, and then you say I'm inciting some sort of you know terror on the city. Like, what are you saying? Relax and let me answer the question. Because when you interviewed Kamala, you let her talk and you even sort of kind of give a multiple choice answers or multiple choice question or whatever. So relax and let me answer the question, though. Chill.
Who is an 11-year-old boy who was killed in Springfield last year. It was a car accident involving a Haitian immigrant. You said that he was murdered. His father said that's not true. It was an accident. Here's what he said to you.
Politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump. They have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies.
Senator, he's asking for you to apologize. Will you?
Dana, first of all, my heart goes out to the Clark family, and I don't bring their son's name up because they've clearly expressed a preference for politicians to not bring their son's name up. I wish them all the best. I can't believe what kind of a tragedy they've experienced, but I'm still going to keep on talking about what the migrants have done to Springfield, Ohio, and what Kamala Harris's open border has done to Springfield, Ohio. And Dana, I think this illustrates the entire contrast between how we're trying to go about this debate and how a lot of the Democrats are trying to go about this debate. They're talking about 12 Proud Boys marching in Springfield, Ohio. They're talking about the frankly fake debunkings of a lot of these stories that are out there. I'm talking to my constituents and I'm hearing terrible things about what's going on in Springfield, and Kamala Harris's open border policies have caused these problems. The hospitals are overwhelmed, Dana. The schools are overwhelmed. The local services are completely overwhelmed. You have people who can't afford housing. Homelessness has gone up. Murders are up by 81% because of what Kamala Harris has allowed to happen to this small community. I'm going to keep on talking about that. Now, of course, we can criticize violence. We can also still talk about the problems that are happening in Springfield, and we should be able to do both those things simultaneously, Dana.
Just once and for all,
So I am reading a comment right now by Chris V, our moderator. Shout out to Chris V. You know what time it is. Shout out to Nia Book Truck. Shout out to Memphlips. Shout out to everybody tuning in. You know what time it is. Okay, Chris V says the driving issue is even more serious than the cat, and it is very real. Who is in this city right now? Who actually lives in this city right now? In Springfield. Anybody from Springfield in the chat right now? Do you want to chime in and let us know what it is like if you live in Springfield? What is it like? Are they going wild over there? Let me know, man. Put it in the chat. Let's get it.
You again started this in part by saying that, at which Donald Trump repeated on the debate stage, that, and he didn't say anything about the policies that you're talking about. He just said Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Dana, the evidence is the firsthand account of my constituents who are telling me that this happened. And by the way, I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. There was a congressional hearing just last week of angel moms who lost children because Kamala Harris let criminal migrants into this country who then murdered their children. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
But it wasn't just a meme,
create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast. You had one interview with her. You talk about pushing back against me, Dana. You didn't push back against the fact that she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which is why a lot of Americans can't afford food and housing.
You just said
we
that
ought
you're
to be
creating
talking
a
about
story.
public policy.
Sir, you just said that you're creating the story.
What's that, Dana?
You just said that this is a story that you
Yes.
created. So the eating dogs and cats thing is not accurate.
Dana, it comes from firsthand accounts from my constituents. I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it. I didn't create 20,000 illegal migrants coming into Springfield thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Her policies did that, but yes, we created the actual focus that allowed the American media to talk about this story and the suffering caused by Kamala Harris's policies.
Do you condemn the Proud Boys, even if it's just 12, even if it's just one marching in Springfield?
Dana, I condemn all white supremacists. I'm obviously not. I'm married to a non-white person. I don't like these people, but I think that we have to keep our focus not on 12 marchers going down the street, but on the fact that thousands of residents have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's policy. I find this very unusual, Dana, that the American media is more interested in a bunch of losers marching down the street than they are in the fact that Kamala Harris has made these people's lives worse. I'm not talking about 12 Proud Boys. I'm talking about 40,000 residents, 40,000 constituents of mine, many of whom can't afford housing and food because of Kamala Harris's open border. That is what I want to focus the media's attention on. We're going to keep on doing it because I think the American people deserve a government that puts their interests first. Can I make just one more final point about this, Dana?
Yes, please.
You've heard a lot of the media focusing on every possible distraction from the story in Springfield. You've heard them focus on these Proud Boys marches. You've heard just
Exactly, Nikki Poe. Shout out to Nikki Poe. Nikki Poe 1. She says he's good. JD is actually good. This is what I'm saying. JD, this man is smart. It is hard to get JD Vance. Gotcha. Hell no. It is hard to get JD Vance. You got to give him his props, man. I feel like he is the perfect pick for the vice presidential seat. Straight up.
in this interview, Dana, the suggestion that because some psychopath is calling it a bomb threat, somehow we have to then ignore 40,000 Springfieldians who are having their lives worsened by Kamala Harris's policies? Well, what is the implication, Dana? I actually love to have this conversation right now live on air.
Right.
What is the implication when you say You calling out these problems has caused a bomb threat. You accused me of causing a bomb threat. Doesn't that mean you should shut up about the residents of Springfield? Don't you realize you're engaged in basic propaganda to silence the concerns of American citizens?
I was
Please.
quoting the actual mayor of Springfield, Ohio, begging after the bomb threats, begging federal officials, to please stop putting negative attention on his city. And I'm not talking about the policies. I'm not talking about the very real challenges that Springfield has. I'm talking about baseless rumors about Haitians eating dogs and cats. And that, after that was said on a debate stage, that is when these bomb threats started. And that is a fact. Senator, I just want to move on. I have two other quick issues separate from this that I want to talk to you about.
Dana,
go ahead.
Again,
please go ahead.
I think this is actually an important conversation.
Okay.
Look, the Springfield mayor, he's dealing with a lot of terrible things. I certainly sympathize with the guy, and we're going to try to help him out. But he did not accuse me of inciting a bomb threat. He just didn't. And if we're going to take the firsthand accounts of people who are on the ground in Springfield, why don't you bring on some of the people on your program who say that the migrants are eating their pets? You're applying a double standard here. You're saying if one person accuses J.D. Vance, I'm going to take that person's word as the gospel truth, even if you misrepresent it. If you have another person who's saying they're eating the cats, you're going to completely ignore them, attack them, silence them, and harass them. That double standard is why the people don't trust the media and why we're not talking about public policy 51 days out from a presidential election.
Okay, if you have somebody you want to tell us about who has proof that somebody ate their cat, of course we want to hear that. We certainly have had no evidence that that is actually something that happened. And I just want to say, I have not accused you of anything. I am quoting the mayor who said, after these bomb threats, federal politicians are negatively spinning our city. They need to know they are hurting our city. It was their words that did it. Okay? That I'm quoting him, and it seems to be a
Dana,
cause and effect.
Roll the tape. You just accused me of inciting a bomb threat. There's no evidence of this. I condemn violence and threats of violence. We should be able to do that and also still talk about what's going on in Springfield.
I'm glad to hear that you condemn it. That is very important. We had a lot of other issues to get to, but I really hope that you do come back so we can talk about other issues. Senator, thank you so much.
Thanks, Dana.
JD is just on another level, man. You got to give him his props. You got to give him his props. Like, those people just like kind of do the gotcha moment, but no, it's JD for sure. And he's open to, come on CNN and have a civilized conversation. But, Kamala or Tim Walz haven't been to Fox and may never actually go to Fox News. Impossible. Like, how is this even possible where JD Vance, Trump can go to CNN, have a conversation, but then Kamala and Tim cannot or will not or are not willing to go to Fox News? That's just not what we're talking about, right?
Joining us now from West Palm Beach on behalf of the Trump campaign, Laura Trump, co-chairman of the Republican National Committee. Welcome. Why has Donald Trump decided not to do another debate with Kamala Harris? That doesn't sound like someone who feels great about this debate.
Well, actually, Howie, you heard him in his own words, I think, the other night talking about, or actually at the 9/11 events, talking about the fact that, look, whenever you're a prize fighter, if you feel like you lost immediately, you call for another debate. And it seems like that's what the Kamala team was trying to do. I think it's been a shame, though, because ABC News really did a huge disservice to the American people. There was such an opportunity, Howie, for the people of this country to hear from Kamala Harris. Maybe they could have pressed her, at least on anything, and get her actual answers on how she would lead this country. But instead, it was a 3-on-1 pileup. Of course, they attacked Donald Trump, and he had to defend himself for 90 minutes. But look at some of the polling with independents. just post-debate, Howie, and I think that's very important. We know that it's not winning with your base that you have to worry about in elections. It's actually talking to people in the middle. And people in the middle who watched that debate came away from it saying, I don't know, I kind of think I'm going to vote for Donald Trump for the most part. You look at it, some CNN polling in terms of who they feel they can trust more on the economy. Donald Trump got a 16-point boost after the debate. And so I think for him, he says, listen, I'm not going to subject myself to another 3-on-1 match like that. I can go out and talk directly to the American people.
Right.
I can continue doing podcasts, rallies, and going across this country and connecting with people, and they can actually have an opportunity to hear from me, which is what he will continue to do.
But the former president also says that they should take away ABC's broadcast license. Who is they? And is he suggesting that he would lead an effort to do that in a second term?
Well, what I think he's suggesting is that we have a lack of journalistic integrity in this country. There is no doubt about that. And again, it was shameful to see ABC News, who really has been a staple in our country in terms of our ability to count on them to deliver real news and information. It was a very clear orchestrated theatrical performance between Kamala Harris, David Muir, and Lindsey Davis at that debate. And sadly, it is to the detriment of the American people, again, because we didn't really get to hear true policy standpoints from either of the candidates.
And on that
they
point,
really were on full attack mode against Donald Trump.
And on my point, do you believe Kamala Harris provided enough details on her plans? Now, she has thrown out some proposals such as $50,000 startup money for new small businesses and cutting taxes for the middle class. But do you think that there are needs that she did not fully explain where she would take the country?
Howie, she didn't explain anything. All we heard was a lot of, very light language from her, and it was very flowery, certainly, and she had rehearsed those lines very well. There's no doubt about it. But I think the reason you look at those post-debate interviews with people and they say, I feel better about Donald Trump being in the White House is because they've actually had 3.5 years of Kamala Harris there, and they had 4 years of Donald Trump there. And her going up in this debate performance and explaining nothing, the first question everybody continues to talk about, she didn't get pushed on anything, and she didn't even give an answer as to why people should vote for her or what she would do differently, or do people have the ability to trust her on the economy. She was asked in her first one-on-one debate via a Philadelphia station, I think 2 days ago, about that, and she danced around and talked about people's lawns and growing up in a middle-class community. She has never given any solid answers on anything, and I think the American people say, hey, I can look at my life right now and it's not going well. Life is more expensive. I feel less safe. We have wars around the world. I can look at my life when Donald Trump was in the White House and I had more money in my pocket, a secure southern border, felt safer in my communities, and we had peace agreements instead of wars breaking out. Well, I know how I want to vote and what I want my life to look like.
Let's take that a step further. Do you think the vice president has been adequately pressed on some of the what's been labeled flip-flops from the left-wing positions that she took 4 years ago when she obviously, as you know, this issue of fracking, the issue of abolishing private health insurance, she hasn't talked about that much.
No, she hasn't talked about it. And Howie, she hasn't been asked about it. You know, what an opportunity it would have been for David Muir and Lindsey Davis to say, by the way, Donald Trump continues saying that you would ban fracking. You, in your own words, said you would ban fracking. So tell us why you've changed your mind right now. Nobody asked about that. No one asked about anything in that debate that would actually give her an opportunity to say, here's how I came around to these viewpoints. The reality is Kamala Harris was voted as the most radical far-left senator in the United States Senate. And she did have very far-left radical policies, and a lot of people believe she still has them. It's very convenient that the border czar now, who's had 3.5 years to do her job and yet let 20 million illegal immigrants flow into this country, has now this border wall in her advertising as to why people should vote for her. It's ridiculous. It's very obvious. She is simply trying to get voters to come over and vote for her. And I got to tell the people out there of this country, listen, the same folks who have been running the show with Joe Biden in the White House for 4 years nearly would be the same people running it with Kamala Harris. It would be no different, except she actually, Howie, believes these radical policies. She said it in her own words. And yes, someone ought to press her on it and say, if you changed your mind, tell us why. But we have not gotten that.
What's gotten totally viral online, as you know, we talked about it earlier in the program, is Donald Trump saying in the debate about Springfield, Ohio, where thousands and thousands of Haitians have gone, that they're eating the dogs and eating the cats, and everybody's made these funny memes of terrified-looking animals. Do you now accept, based on what local officials say, that this is untrue?
Well, it's not up to me to decide that. This information came directly from the people of Springfield. You know, no one at our campaign, Donald Trump didn't make this up himself. You heard from people at a city council meeting, I believe, that they were very concerned about what's been going on. And I think it's a shame that people are trying to discredit the impact that the illegal immigration in this country has had on towns like Springfield, Ohio. I'll tell you what you can't discredit, the fact that a Venezuelan gang took over an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado. You can't discount that Lake and Riley and Jocelyn Ngari's families will never talk to them again. You can't discount the fact that 300,000 Americans have died via fentanyl that has flowed into our southern border, over our southern border into this country under Kamala Harris's watch as borders are. You can't discount that there's 325,000 kids, Howie, who are just gone, who came over our southern border. No one has any accounting of them. There are real problems in this country right now, and it is as a direct result of the open border policies that Kamala Harris has presided over. She needs to answer for those questions as well and tell people why you've allowed this to happen.
I'm sorry, Laura. Let me jump in because we're very short on time. Donald Trump has softened his language, in my view, on abortion, marijuana. He now says he won't tax Social Security. He won't tax overtime. At some point, you got to figure out how to pay for that. Is there any question that he is moving to the middle?
Well, I think Donald Trump is a common sense individual. This is a businessman. He still never wants to call himself a politician, Howie, despite the fact that he was president for 4 years. But when you're talking about abortion, is very clear that the thing that should have happened a long time ago in the most democratic of processes is now underway. It's that we, the people of this country, in our respective states, get to vote on this issue. It has been such an aggressive and hot button issue for so many years now. And now it is back in the states, and it doesn't need to be mandated in any way, shape, or form by the federal government. In all respects, Donald Trump can actually explain to you why he believes the things that he believes. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, cannot. So whatever it is you want to talk about, Donald Trump can certainly explain it to you. I would like to hear Kamala Harris explain even one of her policy positions that she seems to have moved on radically.
Laura Trump, thank you very much for joining us. Nice to talk to you. And after the break,
thank you, Howie.
We'll hear from the Kamala Harris campaign.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Exactly. Donald Trump can explain to you why he believes what he believes. However, comrade would not, tell you why she changed her mind on so many things that she believed or believes. Why is she changing her mind? So this is something that I feel like she should be pressed on, but nobody's pressing her on it. And I don't know, I'm hearing so many stories about the ABC moderators. I don't know if it's true or it's cap, but they're saying a lot of things about the moderators of the debate. If it's true, then it's sad. It's a sad experience. So we're gonna listen to the presidential candidate of the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris.
Our President Joe Biden. Oh, it's good to be back. Please have a seat, everyone. Please have a seat. I have to say, it is so good to be back. And let me just say about Joe Biden, hello to all my Divine Nine brothers and sisters and my sorors. And to all my HBCU brothers and sisters. But let me just talk for a moment about Joe Biden. It has been the honor of my lifetime to serve as his vice president. And I'll tell you, I have worked very closely with him, whether we are in the Oval Office or the Situation Room. Joe Biden is always fighting for the American people. And I do know that history will show what we here all know. He has been one of the most transformative presidents in American history. And so I thank you, Joe Biden, for everything you are and everything you have yet to do. And thank you also to all the leaders of CBC, Chair Stephen Horsford, CBCF Chair Terry Sewell, and ALC co-chairs Troy Carter and Lucy McBath.
And this is the thing. She's saying he has been one of the most transformative president in American history. Do you know what the prices are like for we regular, normal Americans that actually work hard to pay our bills, to buy food, groceries, buy gas? If she is saying this man is one of the most transformative president ever, how would you vote for that kind of person who thinks Joe Biden is a great president? Who the If you are voting for Kamala in the chat, please put it in the chat. Tell me why you are voting for Kamala. I just want to know, okay? And if you're voting for Trump, please tell me why you're voting for Trump, because I already know why you're voting for Trump. Low gas prices, low mortgage rates, goddamn safe border, no new wars. Ukraine and Russia were in peace. Israel and the Palestinian people were in peace. So I know why you're voting for Trump. USMCA, funding of HBCU, Abrams Accord. Okay, First Step Act. I already know why you're voting for Trump, but I'm just saying for people who don't know, tell me why you're voting for Trump, and also tell me why you're voting for Kamala. Okay, because I want to know. Because you just heard her say that Joe Biden is the goddamn most transformative president of our generation. Hey.
For your years of service to CBC and to our nation. I also want to thank Hakeem Jeffries, who will be the next Speaker of the House. Yes, he will. And nobody knows how to quote Biggie better than Hakeem. Assistant Leader Joe Neguse, thank you for your leadership. And I cannot go further without thanking the great, great Congressman Jim Clyburn. So tonight I must also speak the names of incredible leaders who were my friends, who were our friends, and with whom I had the honor of closely working over the years. Representatives Eddie Bernice Johnson, Donald Payne Jr., and Sheila Jackson Lee. And I know that their work will live on through ours. And finally, to all the members of the CBC, over the years, we have worked so closely together on so many important issues, from addressing the crisis of maternal mortality, to expanding access to capital for small businesses, to defending the sacred freedom to vote. And I thank you, CBC, always for that partnership and your leadership as a proud, I'm going to say still, member of CBC. So for more than half a century, everyone here knows the Congressional Black Caucus has served as the conscience of the Congress and of our nation. And as a proud former CBC member, I know firsthand America relies on the leaders in this room, not only for a conscience, but for a vision. The CBC has always had a vision for the future of our nation. A future where we can see what is possible, unburdened by what has been. A future where we fulfill the promise of America, a promise of freedom, opportunity, and justice, not just for some, but for all. And today, that vision, our vision, is under profound threat. While we move and fight to move our nation forward toward a brighter future, Donald Trump and his extremist allies intend to take our nation backward. They will give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations, cut Social Security and Medicare, and end the Affordable Care Act, which the CBC fought so hard to pass. But we are not going back. We are not going back. No, we will chart a new way forward. We together have a vision of a future for our country where no person has to go broke just because they got sick. We have a vision that understands then the importance of strengthening the Affordable Care Act. Remember, they tried to name it Obamacare thinking people wouldn't like it? People love it. He wants to talk about people love it. People love the ACA. Even though the former president tried almost 60 times to get rid of it, it is intact, helping hundreds of millions of people in our country. We have a vision of our country where we understand that the access to health care should not be a privilege just of those who can afford it. It should be a right. And that is why together we cap the cost of prescription drugs for our seniors, and we'll cap the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans. We actually have a plan for health care, not just concepts of a plan. Concepts. We have a vision of a future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. And so we will build, yes, what I call an opportunity economy, so every person has an opportunity to own a home, start a business, and build intergenerational wealth, including my plan to help create 25 million new small businesses in the next 4 years. Ours is a vision of a future where we protect our most fundamental freedoms, including the freedom to vote, which is why we will finally pass the John Lewis.
Question: why isn't she currently doing it right now? You are the current Vice President of the United States. And if I may add, you just said President Joe Biden is the most transformative president in all of our generation. So you could actually share this plan with, or you could have been sharing this plan with the most transformative president of our generation. And you guys could have been getting this done. But no. So you want another 4 years so you can what now get this plan done? But you are in power now. You could actually get this done, but you're not doing it. So what am I missing?
Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And we will continue to fight for the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do. Because we here know one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government should not be telling her what to do. And CBC, when you pass a bill to restore reproductive freedoms, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. So to continue to realize our vision for the future of our nation, we have some hard work ahead of us. But I know we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom and for the future. And now the baton is in our hands. I truly believe that America is ready to turn the page on the politics of division and hate. And to do it, our nation is counting on the leadership in this room. So to everyone here, no matter what state or district you live in or represent, I thank you in advance for your work, the work you have done and will continue to do to register people to vote, and to get folks to the polls. Each of us has a job to do. And the bottom line is, we know what we stand for, and that's why we know what we fight for. And when the CBC fights, we win. I thank you. God bless you. God.
You've heard her. She says, hard work is good work. I mean, if you're working hard and everything is so expensive, let me know how good that work is for you. Hard work, good work. Absolutely. It is good work. It is good work, especially when you're fighting hard to be able to afford groceries, gas, save to buy a house. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. Do we have any new news? Based that when you're picking a glitch. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Let's see. Okay, so this is the mayor of Springfield. I think he wants to say something about JD Vance. Let's listen. All right, let's get it.
You just heard JD Vance repeat his claims about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. I want to go live now to Springfield and talk to the mayor, Rob Rue. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. We have a lot to get to, but I want to know, first of all, about what's going on at this time. Your schools, city buildings have been facing threats. The local college had to cancel events today. The immigrant community has been facing a lot of attacks. I want to just ask about how things are going broadly in Springfield right now.
Well, Dave, thanks for having me on. It's just obviously a very difficult time. You know, we have been shined under a spotlight that is so bright that it's hard to see some of the things that we actually need to be focusing on, and that's been difficult for sure. But you know, we're concerned about the security in our community, and we're focused on that right now.
And when you say you're concerned about the security in your community and focus on that, can you elaborate about what security threats? I mean, we know about some of the bomb threats at schools, hospitals, colleges. Is there anything else that you want to share?
We've had 3 consecutive days of threats, not to myself personally and our family, but as well as the other commissioners and some other officials. So it's, like I said, definitely a high stress time that is just really difficult to handle right now, to be honest.
I'm sure. What are the nature of the threats?
Extremely negative and you know, harmful and just extremely disruptive.
And is it specific to the allegations without evidence of eating cats and dogs? Is it more broadly about the Haitian immigrants? Can you be a little bit more specific?
I mean, listen to Dana Bash, the beautiful, gorgeous Dana Bash. She says, yeah, I'm sure you must be going through a lot right now. But then when she interviews JD Vance, she goes hard on him and say, well, this is the rhetoric you're spreading. You are cussing this type of thing going on in Springfield. You're tossing arm by just things that you say. But when she interviews the mayor of Springfield, she says, I get it. I understand. You're going through a lot. And we're right there with you. Sensational.
Well, I think it's, you know, I think just because everything is stirred up so much, people are responding according to their own way they respond, and a lot of it's unhealthy. You know, there's real concerns with what we're dealing with here prior to this whole spotlight that's happened, and we won't deny that. There's been infrastructure strain. There has been, you know, it's just been overwhelming at times, but we're trying as a community to lead well through this and put our arms around the situation. But what has happened in the last 3 days has caused a more significant strain on our community.
I want you to listen again to part of what J.D. Vance told me this morning.
My constituents have brought approximately a dozen separate concerns to me. 10 of them are verifiable and confirmable, and a couple of them I talk about because my constituents are telling me firsthand that they're seeing these things.
Mayor Rue, they're your constituents as well, and you live in the community. Do you have any confirmed reports of Haitian migrants eating dogs and cats in Springfield?
We do not. And I think you highlighted earlier on one of your interviews that, the sheriff's department did go back through the last 11 months, and we just have no verifiable claim that this has actually happened. We've had a complaint, it was looked into, and then we couldn't they couldn't call back or reach the person that made the complaint. It would be helpful. We are boots on the ground. We are here with our constituents. The governor of the state of Ohio, Mike DeWine, recognizes and trusts the local officials to share the proper information and believes us. It would be helpful for those that are spinning Springfield into this swirl to understand that you can trust us. We are telling the truth to our community. We are not ignoring the strain that the immigration has put in our community, but we are here to try to put our arms around it and to work as peaceably as possible to have our community secure and safe and thriving and moving forward, just like we have been over the last decade. 8,000 new jobs have come to our community over the last 10 years. We are a community that comes together and works together. And these are the things that we want to talk about, Springfield, to the nation, not the things that we have to keep telling the press like, hey, your pets are safe in Springfield, Ohio. They absolutely are. It's crazy I have to keep saying that.
You said people keep spinning things that aren't true. It's crazy you have to keep saying that. And you said that Mike DeWine, the governor, has been very supportive not only of this program and of the Haitians in your community, because you said that a big part of the reason they are there is because there are jobs that employers need to fill, and they are filling those jobs. You didn't mention Senator Vance, who, of course, currently represents your community and your broader state in the United States Senate. Have you heard from him directly?
I have not heard from him directly. I believe somebody within his office has reached out to the city more than once. So I've not had a personal conversation with either of the candidates or Vance, and that's fine. What we do need is we need peace and rest in our community. We need to be able to focus on the concerns that we've had here and also how we are moving forward as well. You said something about Governor Mike DeWine's been supportive of the program. Governor Mike DeWine has been supportive of what we're going through and has helped us with resources, with coordinated efforts to help secure our community. As any governor in any state should be looking after the cities and their communities if there is help needed in the local municipalities.
When you were speaking to a local affiliate there this week, you said all these federal politicians that have negatively spun our city, they need to know they're hurting our city, and it was their words that did it. You heard me mention that to J.D. Vance, and he denied responsibility for having anything to do with the threats that you just talked about that have been going on over the last 3 days. What's your response?
So I said this earlier in another interview. It would be helpful if they understood the weight of their words.
All right, night,
and how
Myrish.
they
I got
could
you, King.
harm
I got you.
a community like ours. Again, I say the light has been shined so brightly that it has caused people to not even see clearly. It's too bright. And so it'd be helpful to bring peace with the words that you're saying about communities like ours instead of unrest. We're listening to our constituents. We're not ignoring the problems. We just appreciate more of a positive light for our community. Again, we're not ignoring the concerns. We just don't need such a bright, bright light shined in our community that's causing unrest and a lack of peace.
Okay, and I also just want to say that the governor was on another program today, and Governor DeWine, and he said that people need to stop talking about eating dogs and cats. I'm guessing, based on what you just said, you agree with that.
100%. I mean, it's a rumor that has been debunked. It is even the person that posted the initial cat situation has said that it was not true. It was very poor taste and judgment to do it, but they admitted it, and I appreciate that.
Mayor Rue, thank you so much for coming on. I can't even imagine how difficult it is. You're a mayor of a very small town, and you have a lot on your plate. The way you described that bright spotlight is really telling. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
You've heard from, of course, Dana Bash. Very, very gentle on the mayor of Springfield. You know, she's like, the spotlight is really telling. We are with you. We understand. But then when she interviews JD Vance, she goes in like JD Vance is about to, do something terrible to Springfield, which isn't true. MSDNC, here we go.
I'm joined now by NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor and Ghislaine Joseph, co-founder and executive director of Haitian Bridge Alliance. Thank you both for being here. Yamiche, I'm going to go straight to you because you've been in Springfield doing a lot of reporting. I want to play some of what J.D. Vance told you as you tried to question him about the lie he was spreading about Haitian immigrants. Here it is.
Senator Vance, what do you say to Haitian Americans and Haitian immigrants who say spreading false claims about them put their lives at risk?
Well, I don't think that no one has spread false claims. What they've said is that a small migrant community, 20,000, so it's big for the city of Springfield, but it's small compared to all Haitians in the United States of America, that small migrant community has caused a lot of problems.
What problems?
It's a good question, Joy, and good evening. What I've heard from residents and from Haitian immigrants there is that these Haitian immigrants came, as you said, at the invitation of Springfield because their population was actually decreasing and there were stores and businesses closing and the city wanted to attract new people. So they really made it an appeal to Haitian immigrants and told them there are going to be new jobs here. Also, it's going to be an affordable place to live. And what I've heard from Haitian immigrants is that this was a city that has been very welcoming to them. Life has been very good for them. They've been very much sort of welcomed as a part of that community. There are libraries that hired Haitian interpreters and other businesses to make sure that they could really accommodate people. Now, I have heard from some residents who believe the lies of former President Trump and think that they're credible. And they say that there are social services issues, that the hospitals are overwhelmed. And city officials have said that they do want more resources to go to Springfield so that they can accommodate this population. It's about 15,000 Haitians have come in the last few years, according to state officials. But from my reporting on the ground, I can tell you that there's no credible evidence of Haitians abusing animals or doing anything that J.D. Vance and former President Trump are saying. And the vast majority of residents that I talked to welcomed them. One woman told me, I used to go into the grocery store and then the grocery store started closing. When the Haitians showed up, we got more grocery stores. So that is what people on the ground have been telling me. I mean, I should also just say, this has real world consequences. I interviewed one man that Ghislaine put me in touch with who told me about the fact that he is scared because he came here just a few months ago, 28 years old. He said, all I do is go to church and go to school. All I do is go to church and go to work. And he told me that his coworkers are asking him repeatedly if he eats cat. And he told me that that's depressing for him because he fled insecurity in Haiti. And now he feels insecure because he's in Springfield because he's scared that people are going to target him. So he's dealing with a lot of mental health issues now. And he told me he's really sad. He said, I didn't want to leave my country, but I had to come here.
Yeah. And that's the thing is that, and Ghislaine, welcome to the show. And that is the issue that a lot of immigrants face is, this sort of demonization that often is around food. Like we've seen this done to Chinese immigrants. We've seen this done to Vietnamese immigrants. We've seen it done to African immigrants. And this sort of idea of trying to otherize people and sort of accuse you of doing things as far as, food is not uncommon. But I want to play one more clip. And this is J.D. Vance again talking to Yamiche, but I want you to respond to it. He's claiming that Haitians are spreading communicable diseases. This is another thing Haitian immigrants have faced in this country, this particular slime. But here's J.D. Vance spreading it.
That small migrant community has caused a lot of problems. It's led to higher rates of communicable diseases. That's a verifiable fact. It's led to animals disappearing. Many of my constituents have said that has been happening. It's led to higher home prices. That is a verifiable fact.
Ghislaine, before I let you in, I would just want to do a quick fact check of James David. And this is the fact check that you all should tell a friend about. Spreading communicable diseases, false. Clark County health officials have said that the county is at its lowest rate of communicable disease since 2016. Eating animals, lie. Multiple Springfield officials have received 0 reports related to pets being stolen and eaten. Higher home prices is a more nuanced question. Springfield's housing problems predate the arrival of Haitian migrants. Local rents did increase from May 2022 through 2023, but have now stabilized. Underinvestment and lack of code enforcement are the cause, and population decline, which has left homes vacant and in disrepair, is the problem, not Haitian migrants. Your thoughts, Ghislaine?
Thank you so much, Troy, for having me, and thank you to my dear sister, Mish. This is not lost on us. We have been there before, and the idea of people coming from Haiti bringing disease, we have dealt with that before. That almost broke our community back in the 1980s, 1990s, but we resisted, and we are here. The reality is that we cannot allow this hateful narrative to be part of what we are doing moving forward. It is imperative that Mr. Vance, Mr. Trump, and all of those people who are continuing this false narrative and create hate and divide the communities, where they should be welcoming people and agree and accept the fact that these are lies and they must stop doing that.
I want to add here that this is not new for J.D. Vance or for Donald Trump. On Vance's part, he said that he doesn't care. Let me just play what he said to Yamiche about whether he is even concerned that he is harming people in the Haitian community. Here he is.
What do I think is a bigger problem, insulting 20,000 people or the fact that my constituents can't live a good life because Kamala Harris opened the border? I think it's Kamala Harris needs to do her job.
And then I will add that Donald Trump has a very long history of demonizing Haitians. And this was including denying TPS status to Haitians on improper grounds back when he was president in 2019. And there's also a history of him saying Haitians should not be allowed here because they all, quote unquote, have AIDS. It was Haiti he was referring to, along with Nigeria, when he made his S-hole countries comment.
Did she just say demonizing Asians? Why, bro? Why? Why you like capping, bro? Relax. And I'm from Nigeria. Okay. I was born in Nigeria. So sit down. Okay. Sit down. It said come in here legally. If you come in here illegally, then of course, whatever you get, you get. But if you come in here legally, okay, come in here the right way, become a citizen the right way. I mean,
he said these things to John Kelly, his then chief of staff. So he's got a long history of particularly demonizing Haitians. What do you make of the fact that this person, Donald Trump, is saying these things about this community even after he's told they are lies and after bomb threats are going into schools? And J.D. Vance as well.
I think the reality is all of that is deeply rooted in anti-Black racism. Let's put it exactly where it is. It is coming into the idea that Black people in these United States of ours are bringing a disease. The same story that has been happening for the past 400 years is the same story that they are holding on to. And the reality is that they attacked Haitians because they know for a fact that Haiti continues, even in the state that of despair and political instability, we continue to be a beacon of hope and liberation of freedom. That's what we represent. To be able to bring the anti-Black racism, this white supremacist ideologies and speech that will continue to create not only hate.
bro, here we go with the racial situation. Here we go. My fellow sister, don't let them use you for this type of shit, okay? Nah, bro. Nah. I am like you. Look at my skin, okay? I look just like you, and I don't feel the way you feel. So, we need to reevaluate what you're thinking.
On the Haitian community, but on all Black people in the United States. We have to understand and center the fact that this is rooted in anti-Black racism, white supremacists, and that's what we are dealing with.
Indeed. I will note that President Biden today said about Haitian Americans, I want to say he wants to take a moment to say something like so many Americans. He bigged up Karine Jean-Pierre, who is his White House spokesperson, who is Haitian American. And he talked about her as a proud Haitian American and noted that the Haitian community is under attack in America right now, and expressed his support doing the opposite of what Donald Trump is doing. I will also note there are 735,000 Haitian American residents in this country who can vote. So look sharp, Republicans. You might be hurting yourselves in places like Florida. Yamiche Alcindor, Guerline Joseph, thank you very much.
Envy just said, off my lawn, what history have you learned? To become a United States citizen, you have to take a test, an exam, and you have to pass. And those questions are related to the Constitution of the United States. So, of course, I passed. And I am a United States citizen. So, it takes studying to know these things. Fortunately for me, I studied, and I probably know more than you do, because most American, when I have a conversation with them, they don't even know anything about their country. And I'm like, bro, you were born here, but you don't know? They don't know.
Ohio, a town of just 58,000, now at the center of the migrant crisis, with at least 15,000 Haitians arriving since 2020, now forcing the state to send state troopers in and set aside millions of dollars to deal with the crisis. Our next guest has lived in Springfield for more than 30 years and says it's no longer feels like her home. Diana Daniels joins us now. So, Diana, according to the reports, the schools have been overrun, the clinics have been overrun, and now a lot of jobs has been taken as well. What is life like there now?
It's like living in a dystopian nightmare. You hope you wake up and it's 2019 again, and then you realize it's 2024, and it's the same thing over and over again, day after day. It's hard sometimes to get up in the morning and hear residents that I've known for years struggle. This is a paycheck to paycheck kind of town, working class, and the citizens that depend on our social services, like healthcare, a rocking horse, going down to the Social Security office for benefits, are waiting in line, and they're not getting the services they need. And it breaks my heart to see people that I taught and their children experiencing this. So I took it upon myself to make sure that I showed up at every city commission meeting pleading our case. And if it took, something like this to get the spotlight flashed on us, then so be it. We've needed help, but for several years, and maybe we're going to finally get it. The sad thing is it's more of my money being spent on a problem that we did not create.
So, Diana, let's talk about that, because you take great umbrage with some of the characterizations that people tried to make about you and people in your town, saying that you're hateful people just because you're bringing attention to the issue.
And some of those comments are being made by people that I've known for many years, and that's probably the hardest thing to deal with. Because the city has always been a close-knit community. We have pockets of neighborhoods, and what's happening is a disruption of the smaller neighborhoods, and it has never been a race issue. It's about color. It's not about color. It's about culture. Your once close-knit community has now been changed, and there are people in your neighborhood that you don't know, that don't speak your language, that live a different lifestyle from you, and it's going to cause some tension, but it is a different culture that we're dealing with. And I've tried to push that issue, but it's not helpful when our own city government has printed those very comments in city documents.
Who do you blame
that
for
the
this?
challenges that Springfield faces is race. And it's not.
I apologize, Diana, but who do you blame for this issue? Because we got a national election coming up, and there is one person that is control of the border, and that's the commander-in-chief, and he sets the policy for that through the Homeland Security Secretary. His vice president wants to be the next president. Who do you hold accountable for this surge of migrants that are now in your community?
Well, it certainly is it is a top down, and it's also a bottom up. So how did Springfield get the target put on its back for this many Haitians? And don't forget, we also had a surge of Hispanics from 2014 on. How did that happen? And that's what a team and I have been investigating for the last year, is the why. Why did this happen to us? Who was responsible? How did that happen? And then follow the money. And it's very difficult with our limited resources to tease that out, but it is from the top down, but it's also from the bottom up.
Yeah, it's such a valid point. Diana, I hope things gets better. We'll continue reporting on this story. Thank you so much.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Okay, so there is one thing that I want everybody to listen to, okay? Elon Musk was born in South Africa. I think Pretoria, South Africa. He is an immigrant who came to the United States and became a citizen of the United States. And he is an asset to the United States. This is a man that I think NASA is contracting to get the 2 astronauts from space. That is an asset to the United States. Okay. SpaceX, Tesla, saving the environment with Tesla. So are we going to say, we don't want immigrants in the United States? Of course, the United States needs immigrants. However, you must be well vetted, you must be checked, and you must come in legally. That's what Donald Trump is saying. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to say, okay, every non-American needs to go, then you want to say Elon Musk should leave too. But as long as you come in here legally, you got a skill, you have something to offer this country. In my opinion, like I always say, if you go on my bio, you would see born in Nigeria, made in America. It is what it is, okay? I've got my family here. My wife is an American, my daughter is an American. I am an American. Both of them were born here. I wasn't born here. Same thing with Elon Musk. He wasn't born here, but his wives are from here and his kids are from here. And he is also an American too. So what are you going to say? Like, you don't want Elon Musk in the United States? So you want him to take SpaceX, Tesla, and everything away? Bottom line is, come here legally, have a skill, be of service, and serve.
When the Biden-Harris administration rolled out the red carpet for millions of migrants, they didn't just ship them to Texas and New York. Thousands were deposited into small towns across the country, like Springfield, Ohio, that had a population of 60,000, until Kamala imported 15,000 Haitians who know nothing about our culture and come from the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. Violent crime skyrocketed 142%. Car accidents spiked. A migrant in a minivan smashed into a school bus, injuring 20 and killing an 11-year-old boy. Trash started piling up in the streets. The town changed overnight.
This issue is not a Republican or Democratic issue. This is an American issue. This is an Ohio issue, and this is a Springfield issue.
Schools are overcrowded. Our education system has went in the trash. Housing is another issue. The overcrowding in housing. My son had to give me his house and move to another house because I can't find housing.
Is there a cutoff point that, for the population here? Or, I feel like there should be a no vacancy sign right now, and people are still coming in.
There's even rumors that people's pets have gone missing.
What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
ABC says there's no evidence people's pets were eaten, but people are calling the cops, reporting Haitians are eating their geese.
I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hand.
How many geese did they have?
They each had 1.
Now, the media won't play you that 911 call. The media won't investigate the story at all. Because if they did, they'd have to report on the dangerous migrant payload Kamala unleashed on Springfield.
It's like living in a dystopian nightmare. You hope you wake up and it's 2019 again, and then you realize it's 2024, and it's the same thing over and over again, day after day. What's happening is a disruption of the smaller neighborhoods, and it has never been a race.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being a part of the channel. Smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. Looks like we are back. Okay. Thank you guys for being. You guys are the best. I see you. I see you. I see you. God bless you. Thank you so much. You know what time it is. Well, I said blah blah blah. But we're back. Let's keep going.
Issue. It's about color. It's not about color. It's about culture. Your once close-knit community has now been changed, and there are people in your neighborhood that you don't know, that don't speak your language, that live a different lifestyle from you, and it's going to cause some tension.
The people of Springfield are begging for help, and help's on the way, just not for them.
I don't know of a single homeless Haitian in this town because they all got vouchers. But I can show you a whole bunch of people that have been displaced because I'm that guy. Rob, you know, for 25 years I've worked with the homeless in this community.
Ohio Governor Mike DeWine announced he's sending more resources to the migrants to help them learn English, learn how to drive, and get vaccinated. Is Mike DeWine putting America first? Remember when DeSantis sent 50 migrants to Martha's Vineyard? Democrats called the National Guard and shipped them off to a military base. But Kamala Harris sends 20,000 migrants to a small Ohio town and they let it fester.
There's a place called Springfield, Ohio, that you've been reading about. 20,000 illegal Haitian immigrants have descended upon the town of 58,000 people, destroying their entire way of life. This was a beautiful community, and now it's horrible what's happened. On day one of my administration, I will stop this invasion. I will seal the border. I will end the Harris migrant flights. And I will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
Mark Sanders lives in Springfield, Ohio, and he joins us now. All right, so Mark, how was Springfield, Ohio, of all the towns in this great country, picked to receive 15 to 20,000 Haitian migrants?
Okay, so it looks like we're back. Um, I guess it is what it is. Uh, it is what it is, guys. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. We are back. We are back. We are back. We are back. I guess we got to move on from the geese and all of those type of conversation before we get suspended again. Shout out to YouTube. Thank you to YouTube. Thank you to you guys for being here. K Gamer, God bless you. You might now be able to play this video. K Gamer, is that what you saw? Jen EADS, God bless you, Jen. I love you too. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay, well, the conversation for today was this man is unstoppable, which in turn I mean Trump is unstoppable because wait. Yeah, so because he's had attempts on his life and we were just supposed to talk about that and then we delve into the gifts and all of that conversation. So yeah, First Amendment right. First Amendment rights. Of course, we know that. However, hopefully, I don't get sent out again. So this is the game, right? What do you guys think about what is going on? You've heard about the situation with the OG Donald J. Trump, the 45th. Some people believe he's gonna be the 47th president of the United States. He has had two attempts on his life in the past 2 months. The most recent one was yesterday, but that one wasn't so close like the one that happened in, I guess, Pennsylvania. What do you guys think is going on right here? What do you guys think is going on here? KGamer89 says, I don't know how to screen record. Is that what you saw? Like you can now watch this person's live stream right now? Well, I'm gonna find out because YouTube actually, give me like a notification on here, which I'm reading. It's just like your stream has been suspended, but now it says excellent condition. I don't really know. This this used to happen before, but now it doesn't happen anymore. But then this is like the first time it's happening again in like 2 weeks. We've been having a good time riding along, and now it's like Democrat trying to take him. Somebody says Democrat are trying to take him out. Genesis just posted the Fox News video link. Vital Right. Shout out to Vital Right. It says Genesis just post the Fox News video link. So what, like, you want me to post it on the chat? Is that what you mean? All right, shout out time. I see you off my lawn. You know what time it is. Damn Darrell. Of course, K Gamer, of course, Naomi, of course, Man of Culture, everybody watching the live show. Grab Speed, Michael, CB, Jen, everybody watching the live show, God bless you. K Gamer 89, you know what time it is. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Hopefully we're gonna stay here and we're gonna be, right here without being shut off. Hopefully we're gonna be here without being shut off. We usually don't get shut off anymore, but now I guess we're back to getting shut off. Okay. Hopefully we do not get shut off again. Hopefully. What do we have here? All right, so let's go see. I think there's a breaking news on the second attempt on the OG's live. Let's go see what they got going on. Let's get it.
What they believe to be a muzzle sticking through a fence line on the exterior portion of the golf course. They confronted the individual and shots were fired. Of course, we're also seeing this picture as it is going to be out there quite a bit of what they say are an AK-style rifle with a scope 2 backpacks, a GoPro as well. So this is the image that they were showing at this press conference of this assassination attempt. They did pursue the individual they believe that is connected to this on I-95. They do have him in custody. They said there was no statement yet from the suspect. All right, let's continue here on Live Now from Fox. Bring into the conversation national security expert Hal Kemper. Hal, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I know you were just listening into that press conference. They gave some details about the suspect, what the suspect had, the pursuit, and also the threat level. They called it high. What do we make of it? What are the main focal points you saw from that press conference?
Andy, what I saw was the secret. Of course, as you mentioned, the bubble around the former president. In this case, it pushes out maybe 400 or 500 yards. They don't close down the entire golf course, but they push it out to the hole ahead of him. And the Secret Service detected the AK-47, the muzzle pointed through the fence line. What we do know is that the Secret Service took the shooter under fire. What's not clear is if the shooter ever actually fired. It's possible. They said there's going to be more information on that, and I'm sure they have to do some ballistics, look at the weapon to find out if it was fired. But they did take him under fire. Yeah. He immediately egressed out of the area, got out of there, jumped into his pickup truck, is what it looks like, and his Nissan pickup truck. And it was very fortuitous that there was a witness there that had the presence of mind to take a picture. So you had a picture of the truck, and they had the license plate. And he took off, but because that area around West Palm Beach has what's called ALPERS, the Automated License Plate Reading System. And this is very common around many urban areas, that they have this primarily for auto theft, but they also deal with other types of crimes. But they have this, so it immediately picked it up when he went on the I-95, and they were able to give the next county over the information of what the truck looked like. They were able to send the picture of the whole bit, and they were able to make a traffic stop. And very fortunately, there was, it sounds like the traffic stop was without serious incident. In other words, he didn't open fire on them or anything like that. Traffic stops, as anyone in law enforcement will tell you, can be some of the most dangerous enforcement operations out there. This one, fortunately, did not turn into a dangerous operation. They have a lot of details, and it's fascinating to me that the FBI has assessed this was an attempted assassination already. Now, one could make certainly an app based on just a picture of everything you see there. That'd be a logical conclusion. But it's possible that when they took him into custody, he may have said something too, which kind of removed all doubt.
Yeah.
It's interesting how fast they moved on this, but clearly we've gone from a situation where initially there were reports of shots in the vicinity of President Trump. Honestly, shots being fired in southern Florida.
So a lot of people are saying Trump needs to be more careful, the way he moves. I would say don't be going out to play golf at this point. We have an election to win. You got that's the priority. But I get it. He has been doing this for a long, long time. And I don't think he is going to say, you know what, I'm going to be indoors in the basement and not shake people's hands and not converse with people and not mingle and not just, have a conversation with a lot of people, because this is how to get people's attention, to bring them to their senses, to say, are you better off now or 4 years ago? And that's what he's doing. So going out to play golf, you meet people on your golf course. I mean, it's not just you playing golf. You're playing golf with a lot of people. You're sharing ideas. A lot of people get motivation from different things. He probably gets motivation from playing golf. But if you have been targeted 2 months ago, you should move differently. Because if something happens to you, how are you going to be the president of the United States if you are supposed to be the president of the United States? I mean, there are millions of people voting for this man. So in my opinion, I would say you need to move differently, OG.
Not an exceptional sort of thing that happens. All right. So you can't say that was an assassination attempt. But now it's really got down to, yes, it was clearly somebody was there. And he had an assault rifle, had an AK-47 with a scope. Very interesting combination. AK-47s, just the iron sights. not the best. I know there are some people who love them, but they're not a great long range weapon, generally speaking. With the scope, you can add a little bit more distance on it, maybe 300, 400 meters, fairly accurate. With the AK-47, because of the type of weapon it is, you could do some rapid fire. So he would probably compensate for the accuracy of the weapon with a lot of firepower, a lot of rounds going downrange. 7.62 caliber. So it's a heavier round than say your 5.56, like you'd see with an AR-15, and that may be a decision based on the Secret Service protection and everything else, that he wanted a round with more stopping capability, more penetration capability. So he was looking at the volume of fire that would be fired, and also I wouldn't be surprised if those backpacks, they find some extra magazines, and he was planning on engaging them for quite some time as best he can. Of course, the GoPro, fascinating. The GoPro, we've seen that with other terrorist attacks, specifically the one I think of in New Zealand at Christchurch, at the mosque, where the shooter actually did a terrorist attack on the mosque, and he live streamed with a GoPro the entire event. Clearly, based on what we're seeing here, if he had a GoPro there, the thing they're going to look at is, was he planning on live streaming this assassination attempt? And based on what I'm seeing, it's probably a safe inference that was his intent.
Yeah, a very scary, terrifying moment, just as we're getting more details about it, because like you mentioned, the initial report coming in from the Trump campaign that there were gunshots in the vicinity of the former President Donald Trump while he was on the golf course, something he does very, very frequently. Let's talk about that AK-style rifle as well, and the scope. They mentioned the kind of range of that, 300 to 500 yards as well. Maybe how in just kind of layman's terms, how far is that, and what does the Secret Service do, kind of knowing the range of some of these weapons that might be out there?
Yeah, 500 yards, you could hit something, certainly with a scope. If you've been out there, you've sighted it in, you got your, as we say, dope on the weapon, and you've done some other things, where you really, you got the correct range, you've compensated for the wind, stuff like that. Yes, you could possibly hit out to 500 yards. I don't know that you'd hit a bullseye out of 500 yards or something like that, but you could put rounds in the definitely in the vicinity of the president and everyone around him. And the thing with the AK-47, though, and we don't know if this one was more likely than not semi-automatic, not fully automatic, although that's very possible. If it was fully automatic, though, you're not going to get a long-range shot. Fully automatic, it's just too tough to control the weapon. Semi-automatic, though, he could put a significant volume of fire into the area of where the president would be. And that may have been his goal. And of course, with the AK-47, as I mentioned earlier, that's a little bit bigger round. That's a 7.62 millimeter round. That's bigger than what you see with the AR-15, which is normally a 5.56 millimeter round. There's a little bit different philosophy in terms of the U.S. versus the. This was essentially a Russian weapon. Initially, I don't know where this one was made, but it originally came from Russia. The thought was that they wanted a heavier round with more stopping power. That's also a consideration, though, when you're looking at a president who's surrounded by Secret Service agents wearing body armor, and that may have been what he was thinking, which is he wanted a heavier round, more. That he was going to compensate for the fact that you got a relatively less accurate weapon than some other weapons out there, but you have a heavier round. That may have been his thinking on that. Of course, I will tell you too, there's a number of folks out there, certainly in violent extremists, that they love AK-47s, and I always find that rather interesting. I always find it fascinating when someone is anti-government and they're anti and they decry communism at every other turn, and then they say and they love the AK-47. I go, well, if you ever looked at where the weapon actually came from, but you will hear that kind of
Yeah, of course, Hal. And the feed going a little bit in and out right here, but we're going to stick with it because we're getting new information. I want to put up this here on social media. This a post on X from John Schneider. He is a Florida state rep. He's the son of the Martin County sheriff, saying the suspect in custody related to the Trump shooting incident is a white male in his mid-60s. So we're getting these new incidents, and it's an interesting contrast to what we learned with Thomas Matthew Crooks, kind of the opposite end, a younger individual. What do we make of this new detail, and what are they kind of asking him during some of these interviews? Because you imagine they're trying to learn a little bit about him, about a possible motive, potentially anyone around him that might have known about this. What do we make of this latest detail, Hal?
One thing that jumps out at that, interesting, white male. Okay, I don't want to, speculation at this point what his motivations are. But one of course, one of the things would be, is it an ISIS-inspired thing? Is it something maybe tied to the Iranian plots? A white male in his mid-60s would be a less likely suspect. I wouldn't rule it out, but it'd be a less likely suspect with those particular motivations. So it's going to be kind of interesting to figure out what exactly is this person's motivation. And we have seen assassination attempts from the far left and the far right. I would remind you that there was an attack. In fact, Representative Scalise was seriously injured, almost killed, or seriously wounded, almost killed in an attack on members of Congress when they were practicing for the the annual congressional baseball game. That he was a far left far left assassin, and then of course we've seen far right assassins as well. So it could be anywhere on that spectrum. I can't tell you at this point. It would seem less likely, though, not impossible, but less likely that this person is tied to an Iranian plot. And of course, I say that because that is as an active plot to try and assassinate senior members of the Trump administration, and certainly they would probably, by inference, want to take out President Trump himself if they could. And so it would seem less likely. So that's all I can really, at this point, with that little of information, that's.
We keep hearing different updates. Like now they're saying he's tied to some other country. I don't know what to believe, but one thing is for sure. If you agree with President Trump's policies and you're going to be voting for President Trump, I would suggest that you pray and keep a positive mindset on him, and hopefully he stays healthy and stays alive until the November 5th election day. Well, after two, we don't want him to.
Some breaking news that we want to get to right now, and that is this. I'm going to share with you some tweets right here as we're learning that multiple shots were fired at Trump National Golf Course. The Trump Vance campaign saying that, quote, President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. No further details at this time. That's from Stephen Chung, who is the Trump campaign communications manager, learning a little bit more information from a reporter at Politico as she was sharing that this happened at the Trump National Golf Club in West Palm Beach, where Trump is golfing today. So we're working to gather additional information, but I did want to share that breaking news with you at 2:41 Eastern, 11:41 Pacific, as the Trump campaign has sent a statement saying that President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. No further details at this time. According to a Political reporter, former President Trump was golfing at the Trump National Golf Club in West Palm Beach. No further details available at this hour, including who was firing the the gunshots, whether that person was apprehended. We do know that former President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. And it's also unclear as to whether former President Trump was the target or whether gunshots were fired near him. However, I did want to share that breaking news with you as we continue to gather additional information. The Trump campaign communications director saying no further details at this time. However, sharing that President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. We're continuing to follow this breaking news very closely, hoping to learn more information from authorities and possibly from the Trump campaign itself as to exactly what unfolded. We do know that he is golfing today at his golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida. It is unclear as to whether there were gunshots fired in the vicinity or actually at former President Trump. We do know that he is safe. So we did want to share that breaking news with you at this hour at 2:43 Eastern, 11:43 Pacific. We do know that he was taking time off from the campaign trail, going to go back on the campaign trail this coming week. Golfing on a Sunday, apparently, according to the Political Reporter, at his golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida. There were multiple gunshots fired in that vicinity. We do know, according to the Trump campaign communications director, Stephen Chung, that former President Trump is safe following those gunshots. As soon as we get any additional information.
And this is the thing. This man is 78 years old. He's been campaigning for almost 2 years now. He's going out, is enjoying himself. He is supposed to be playing golf after a lot of traveling last week, like we saw and streamed. And now he's playing golf. I have never seen a 78 years old person being this active. Never, ever. Of course, I know he has probably one of the best, doctors in the world on his team, around him in his, you know, camp. But a 78 years old person who has this much strength, endurance, it is just almost unbelievable.
Information. We will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. And we have this social media post from the New York Post. And I did want to bring that up to you once again as we continue to gather additional information at this hour. And you're going to be seeing that very latest post right there. It says there was a shooting reported at Donald Trump's golf club as the former president was leaving. That is according to the New York Post. I'm pulling up that article, and this is what it says, quote, "The Secret Service is responding to a shooting near Donald Trump as he left his golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida, according to law enforcement sources. President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. No further details at this time." That's the statement from Trump spokesman Stephen Chung. Now, two people exchanged gunfire outside of Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach. The shooters were targeting each other, and the gunfire was not targeting Trump. That is according to sources from this New York Post article. Sources said that Trump was never in danger and that the shooting happened in an area outside the club that is known for high crime. It comes almost 2 months after Thomas Matthew Crooks shot Trump at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, on July 13th, wounding him in the air. So that is according to this New York Post article, as we are learning new details from this article. According to the article attributed to sources, it says that two people exchanged gunfire outside of Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach. The shooters were targeting each other. The gunfire was not targeting former President Trump. Sources, according to the New York Post, said that Trump was never in danger and that the shooting happened in an area outside the club that is known for high crime. So we did want to share those details with you. This is from that article from the New York Post. We do have confirmation from the Trump spokesman, Stephen Chung, and you can see that the Trump-Vance campaign issuing that statement moments ago saying that President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. No further details at.
So now it's like, okay, he was never in danger. It's from around the area he was in. Okay, that's the update right now. This is a perfect way to kill economic growth. All right, let's go see what they're saying about the economy pertaining to Harris and pertaining to the OG Donald J. Trump. Let's go see. Smash the like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing to the channel. Thank you.
Joining us now, Heritage Foundation public finance economist E.J. Antoni. So, E.J., again, the numbers are always wrong. And again, we go back to the debate in regard to crime and on jobs. The federal government, the federal bureaucrats don't get it right. So my question for you is this incompetence or is this intentional?
Well, I think there's a very good case to be made that it starts out as incompetence, but now we're getting to the point where you have to wonder, why is nothing being done? This is particularly true in the labor market statistics where, Sean, we could see that there were problems dating all the way back to the spring of 2022. And I understand that a lot of things have changed in the economy in a post-pandemic world. And so it makes sense you would need to adapt and change your models, your methodologies, et cetera. And the fact that we are now 2 years later and nothing has been done, the Labor Department has done nothing to correct these issues, I'm sorry, that's a cause for alarm.
EJ, I want to move on to this. Kamala Harris's mouthpiece tried to defend her record on dealing with the debt and the deficit.
When it comes to people who care about the debt and deficit, I think that they want to see that people are willing to raise the revenues to pay for their plans. And I think with Vice President Harris, she's put forward a suite of proposals to make sure that we have the right revenues to help pay for some of her proposals.
The debt and the deficit, really? So they've added almost $8 trillion to the debt. And in an economy that is slowing dramatically, she wants to hike, say, capital gains taxes to the highest level since 1978. And Ian Sam said, oh, well, I come on this network. Her proposal isn't as horrible as Joe Biden's. I expect a little something, a little pat on the back, that she doesn't want to raise taxes as much as Joe Biden, but again, the highest on capital, all in cap gains since 1978. And he expects some huzzas because they've jacked the debt to $36 trillion.
Well, if you want to kill investment, which means killing economic growth, a higher capital gains tax rate is the perfect way to do that. And we should point out that not only are they going to add about $8 trillion to the debt, but also run down Treasury's cash balance by another $1 trillion. So it's really $9 trillion of overspending. And that's about a quarter of the entire national debt when these people leave office in January. So essentially, they are responsible for 25% of the nation's debt, despite having only been there for 4 years. That's pretty remarkable. But on top of that, we need to really put in perspective, I think, just how bad the fiscal situation is here, and the fact that it's not a question of revenue like that gentleman was just saying. We are taking in plenty of revenue. The issue is too much spending. We just got the monthly Treasury statement for August. It was the worst.
Yet they're going to say, well, Trump had more deficit. But this is the fact.
Worst deficit
Okay, so this is the facts. Okay, this is. I don't know if you guys can hear me. These are the facts. All right, we're gonna talk about how they had how Trump had high deficit during his term, but now you can hear Joe Biden and Kamala's deficit is even on another level. So what the hell is going on right here? Yes, I guess we're back. I guess we're back. I guess we would have to end the stream. But before you go, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Um, yeah, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Uh, Alex Angel says America needs this win. America needs this win, according to Alex Angel. Right, all right, all right. That for sure, I could tell you America needs this win. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Okay, so you've heard. Well, if you didn't watch the debate, we also streamed the debate like a couple of days ago. You need to go watch that stream, and we also go live every single day. What else? We talk about these types of topic. Okay, we talk about politics because I love talking about politics. It's a very sensitive issue. This is why you see YouTube, cutting off the stream and stuff because it is what it is. And first of all, I just want to say thank you to YouTube for the platform because we could have a conversation. We could also put out information that matters to people who may not be actually paying attention. They are paying attention now because we go live, we stream, and we talk about these types of stuff. So, like I mentioned, if you want to vote for Trump, you got to make sure you pray. You make sure you pray because there's a lot of situation going on around him. He needs prayers for sure, and he also needs to be very careful and not be out there, mingling and doing too much because I mean, you have to be strong. You have to be around. You have to be on Earth to be able to, lead the country. Once again, if you haven't smashed the like button, smash the like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. God bless you. Thank you so much for being a part of the channel. Without you, there is no stream. Let me see. My brother cut your stream 2 times to say if does not right, but on your hand, make sure you don't play any Black League 212. God bless you, Black League 212. I got your comment on my show. You are the best, my brother. You are the best. He's saying I gotta make sure I don't overly talk about controversial topics to avoid that in future. That's what is going on. You don't want me to talk about controversial topics. Yeah, I mean, if you're streaming political issues, it is very, very delicate and controversial because I am also not monetized on my YouTube because YouTube said my content is harmful. So that's why I always put my Cash App up here on there, like saying support the channel if you want to. You don't have to, but if you want to, that would really help a lot. But YouTube is like, yo, we're not gonna monetize you yet. You can reapply, but for now, your content is harmful to the audience. So, question: is my content harmful to you guys? Is my content harmful to you guys? I don't think my content is harmful to you guys, but I'll let you guys answer that question. Um, prayers to you and your family, Jen. Shout out to Michael Kreger. It says prayers to you and your family, Jen. God bless you, Michael. God bless you, Paul. Shout out to Paul. I am doing good. This is how the hell are you? I'm doing good. Um, yeah, I don't want to produce content that is harmful to you guys. That's not my aim. Why would I want to harm anybody? I'm just here to pass on information. Like I always say, we've played Kamala tonight. We've played Trump tonight. We talk about both sides, and then we also do a poll. Like, okay, who would you be voting for? It's not like I'm trying to say, you know what, don't vote for Kamala, or you know what, don't vote for Trump. Nah, I'm just here to be, you know, who I am. I'm not trying to change for, the pressure or whatever. I'm just here talking about regular stuff. Michael for sure. Michael like Lakota says politics and religion can destroy anything. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. According to Michael, he says politics and religion can actually damage anything. So yeah, you gotta be very, very smart around topics like this because you don't want people to say, you know what, your content is harmful to me and my family. Like, bro, you could just swipe. Must you keep watching? Like people who stay and say it's harmful, like you could just swipe, like just swipe, bro. But you don't want to swipe. You want to go, I'm gonna report this dude. But it is what it is. Shout out to Warrior Life. You know what time it is. Smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. Let me know why you're voting for whoever you're voting for, man. Let me know why you're voting for whoever you're voting for. Yeah, man, I appreciate yours. It's not harmful in a way you're thinking of, but if your content isn't true, then it's barely what they're talking about because it's been proven by a lot of folks that are on their platform. Anthony 440 said it's not harmful in the way you're thinking of, but if your content isn't true, then that's probably what they're talking about because it's unproven a lot of the things was a lot on their platform. So why wouldn't they bring someone like Fox down? This is how you know it's almost cap. It's usually Democrat. Let's see. Kaepernick, bro. It's all Kaepernick. Kaepernick, my dog. It's all caps on cap. All right, so we saw JD Vance. What is this for? Did you guys see the new laws? No phones in class. I think that's actually smart. No phones in class. There shouldn't be phones in class anyway. Just has to trying. Have it for like debate. Yeah, but the future debate. Okay, so let's see what CNN is saying. Let's see what's gonna happen if we stream CNN. I mean, Jesus.
New national Reuters Ipsos poll has Harris ahead by 5 points. Let's take a look at that right now. CNN's Harry Enton is here with much more. Harry, can you give us some context around that margin and the movement that you're seeing in polling post-debate?
Yeah, I think it's rather important, Kate, to point out that the Reuters Ipsos poll has actually been one of Harris's best. So look, you get that 5-point margin, right? That 47-42 that you mentioned post-debate. But that's actually not a lot of movement from where we were in August when Harris was up by 4. Now, that is movement from where we were in late July when Harris was up by 2. But the bottom line here is this. At least in the first polling that we're getting post this debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, maybe slight movement in Harris's direction, but not overwhelmingly so, which I don't think is really much of a surprise given the 50-50 nation we are right now. But the bottom line is, in the average of polls, Harris had a slight national lead, and at this particular point, I think she'll probably hold on to that, at least based upon this initial signal.
Yeah, didn't hurt her. Maybe,
No.
but didn't also, like, it wasn't, the nail in a coffin for a Donald Trump candidacy either, which is exactly kind of what people expected with this debate in the 50-50 nation we are in right now. What is the biggest difference, though, you see in polls, these polls, compared to those that came after the Biden-Trump debate in June?
Yeah, I mean, look, it all comes down to mental state and being able to deal with challenges. All right, so mental sharp and can deal with challenges. Look at this. Back in the post-June debate, right, look at that. 52% of voters said that, in fact, Trump was mentally sharp and can deal with challenges. Look at the Joe Biden number. It was just 26%. Now, look at the difference here. Look at this. 58% in the post-September debate poll said that Harris was mentally sharp and can deal with challenges. Trump's number actually dropped below 50%, down to just 46, so that 52 to 46. So this was the big change that I think a lot of Democrats are hoping for when they switched out Biden for Harris. It came down to mental sharpness, and the bottom line is the clear majority of voters believe that Kamala Harris is mentally sharp and deal with challenges, and the number for Trump, that declined by 6 points between post-June and post-September. I think that's a very welcome sign for Democrats. So on the top line, maybe not so much movement nationally, but underneath the hood, I think Democrats really have to like what they see.
In talking with people on TV from the Harris campaign and then hearing from Democrats involved with the campaign, one of the things you hear is that everyone feels they did great in the debate. The question is, can it reach the undecided voters?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure they have an answer, or at least not the answer they want yet. So it leads me to this question. Rita, what really is an undecided voter? Where are they and who are they?
Yeah, well, look, part of the challenge here is that undecided voters are undecided because they're not really focused on this campaign. They are low information voters. They tend to be younger. And likely they didn't watch the debate. They may be seeing some social media on it, but they're hard to reach voters, and they may make the difference in this race.
Are they undecided between the candidates, or are they undecided about whether they show up to vote?
Well, I think a little of both. I think one important thing to note is they probably have a pretty strong judgment about Donald Trump. They're skeptical about politics generally. They don't particularly like Trump, but they don't know very much about Kamala Harris. They're open to her, but they're also prepared to be disappointed by her as well. So a big task for the campaign is to continue to fill in the picture of her, and particularly around sort of transactional issues about the economy. Like, what is she going to do for me?
On that note, one of the things you hear in the chattering class is, oh, Kamala Harris needs more distinctive policy proposals. Is that what undecided voters want?
Well, I don't know if, I don't think what she needs is a voluminous list of policies, but there may be a few signature policies that speak to the economic experience, quality of life experience of voters, in which she wants to go deeper and drive with those voters, to give a sense that, yeah, she gets it. I think she might help. I'll take a chance on her. But these voters are not going to be. This is not 2008.
Right.
This is not. They're not going to be swept along here. They're going to grudgingly conclude that I'll take a chance on this.
Which is why the Harris team, I think, genuinely does want another debate, another chance to reach people who may not be paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with her debate, John, performance, one of the problems with it is it came rather early in this. I mean, there's going to be an eternity between now and November. And so the other motivation for a second debate is it's a second chance to do well.
Yeah.
And I think they're pretty confident she would. And I think Trump's people are like, you know what, this didn't benefit us very much. Why should we take the risk of doing another?
Yeah, for all the argument that goes on out there, inside a campaign, you do a debate if you think it will help you, and you don't do it if you don't think it'll help you.
Yes.
Full stop.
Yes.
And, and that's, I think, the only analysis on the Trump team right now. They may change their mind because they think they need it, but not
I don't
right
know
now.
if they'll change their mind. He may change his mind. And they keep goading him to try and change his mind by making it seem like he's not courageous enough to do another.
I do want your take on the Laura Loomer thing. Donald Trump has been traveling the country with her. George Bush, when I covered him in 2000, used to say you can judge the character of a man by the company he keeps. Donald Trump is keeping company with this person who said just wildly racist things.
Yeah.
What does he get out of that?
Including anti-Semitic, by the way. Which is interesting given Trump's rhetoric about that. I think, first of all, I don't pretend to live inside of Donald Trump's head, so I can't tell you exactly. But it may be that if there's a strategic reason, he's thinking, look, I got to get these people out who aren't particularly activated, or I have to get my base out and she speaks to that base. And I don't really care what the rest of the world thinks. I'm speaking to these voters who may make the difference. And right now, this is a motivational race to try and get your base out. It's not a persuasion race. She can help persuade. You know, look, he had all those influencers who are, you know, there was a kind of exotic character to them, but they speak to like tens of millions of people.
David Axelrod, next time I promise there will be fireworks.
Yes,
thanks so much.
Please, arrange
Thanks so
that.
much for being here.
I insist.
One more time, shout out to everybody tuning in, smashing the like button, subscribing to the channel, being a part of the show. God bless you, God bless you, God bless you. Okay, this is going to be the last update on the stream for tonight from CNN. Okay, we have been on for 4 hours, 17 minutes, having a dialogue about the situation of the election. And also, the title of today's show is This Man is Unstoppable. And the man being the OG, the Big T, the 45th. Some people say it may be the
Quote,
47th.
She crushed him. Hillary Clinton, no stranger to the debate stage, with Trump posting this photo of the VP. It's this moment where the VP has her hand under her chin, smiling with satisfaction as Trump took her bait. Tom Foreman is out front with the many expressions of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump at last night's historic debate.
The body language battle started fast, with the vice president striding deep into the former president's half of the stage and all but forcing him to shake her hand, then immediately putting him on defense.
My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax.
First of all, I have no sales tax.
Trump spent most of the night staring grimly ahead, rarely glancing her way no matter what she said.
You're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact.
While Harris watched him, smiled, put her chin in her hand.
It's weaponization.
And seemed more at ease with each moment, at least to former FBI senior profiler Joe Navarro.
She looked at him with laser-like focus and did not hesitate at all.
It was a far cry from Trump's.
What I heard in this debate is someone who we thought was going to be on the attack, which was Trump. This is what we know about Trump. Trump is going to walk you down and let you know what time it is. However, he wasn't even, paying. He wasn't paying attention to her. Like, she called him disgraceful. She called him names. He didn't even, he never called her name. He just said, they caused this economy. They did that. They did this. He never said anything about her, which I was surprised. I was absolutely surprised he didn't do any of that. Normally, Trump, he would have gone in.
Leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
Trump's lips pursed, his eyes widened.
He was alarmed by it. Anytime we're surprised or alarmed, we tend to open our eyes to let more light in. I think this is one he never anticipated.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I'm speaking. At one point, Trump lifted part of Harris's act from a 2020 vice presidential debate with Mike Pence.
In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
And Harris drew a few cautions from debate watchers over the risk of appearing too smug or reveling too much in Trump's legal problems.
In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat.
One noted pollster posted, "She needs to train her face not to respond. It feeds into a female stereotype and, more importantly, risks offending undecided voters."
But as you might expect, that critique was quickly critiqued online by others who said, look, that's frankly sexist. You'd never say that about a male candidate. The bottom line is a lot of people think in the real debate and in the body language debate, Harris simply ruled the night in every way. Aaron?
All right. Yeah, as we said, the question is, what does that mean, big picture, when it comes to the voting booth? All right. Thanks so much, Tom.
So, David, I mean, obviously, the debate was a crucial moment. How do you think have the dynamics of the race shifted?
You know what? We don't. I think they've shifted in some ways, because anytime in an event when 67 million people are watching, one candidate so clearly dominates the event, especially against someone who is expected to be the dominant figure on the stage, it has some kind of impact. In terms of voting, we don't know. There's not a lot of elasticity in the electorate. And I think both campaigns are waiting to see how these polls shake out in a few days when this thing really washes through, to see if it's influenced actual votes.
Then, I mean, there was polling about how, prior to the debate, about the large percentage of people who still wanted to know more information about Kamala Harris. I mean, the debate, certainly there was a lot of information there, whether it's what she said or just how she appeared. Do you think it moved the needle?
I don't know. They got the information that she whooped his butt. I mean, just like I'm still just giddy because you're sitting there chewing your fingernails down to the elbow. Is she gonna go out there and is Donald Trump gonna do to her what he's done to so many other people? This guy has eaten presidential hopefuls like Tic Tacs. He's been the Pac-Man of politics, destroying people. Kamala Harris went out there, whooped his butt, and made it look easy. And so in that regard, that is information. Can she deal with a Putin? Yes. Can she deal with a tough situation, with pressure, with crisis? Yes. Now, she has to now close the deal. People who before were Kamala curious are like, okay, she handled Donald Trump, but they still have unanswered questions. Listen, if you're Kamala Harris right now and you're listening, talk to reporters now. Talk to
Cap. He's always about Cap anyway.
everybody. If you can handle Donald Trump, a raging bull, if you can be the matador against this crazy person, you can talk to a reporter. Get out here, let people ask you the tough questions. You can do it, and I think you can start closing the deal with the people who are Kamala curious, but you still don't know what she's going to do for them.
Aaron, the former president is suggesting he won't do another debate. Do you think that's a smart idea?
I think time will tell. I think one, polling coming out of this debate, we'll see kind of where things, if things did move at all between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump last night. And the reason I would say at this point, I don't think he will, is because he has set the marker now where, well, if you lose the debate, you ask for another. So I'm not going to ask for another because I'm not the loser of this debate. That's very much the marker he's put down for himself right now. So he doesn't want to do Fox. He doesn't want to ask for another debate. Will it happen? Should it happen? I don't know if it will happen. Should it happen? At this point for Donald Trump, I don't think it should. Now he's dealing with another news cycle. Instead of talking about the failures of the Biden-Harris administration and how groceries are more expensive, it's harder to buy a home, it's harder to get ahead in this country than it was 4 years ago. Instead of talking about that, he's getting distracted by Kamala being able to pull him off his mark in that debate. I think at this point it would be better to be doing the rallies, try to stay focused and hit home your message and get your get out the vote effort moving now. I've heard from people in swing states, they're seeing stuff from the Trump team and not the Harris team. Those points of contact are going to make a big difference come November.
David, I mean, do you think if you were in the Trump camp, would you suggest he debate again?
I'd be very.
Should she debate again?
Well, I think she's pretty confident. I actually think they do want to debate again because it would be maybe a second shot of momentum if she could repeat what she did last night. But if I'm on the Trump side, Aaron recited the message that her rational strategist would like him to be on every single day. He does not stick to the message, and you saw how easily distracted he was last night. You talk about rallies. The rallies, he can have his message on a prompter, and he might read the message on the prompter. It's the other hour when he's improvising that becomes the problem. And this has been the problem throughout for him. He is not a disciplined candidate, and he seems less disciplined and a little more frantic than he's been in the past.
Then Taylor Swift not only endorsed, but then also posted information about, where you can go to register, about early. She was encouraging early voting, which is obviously something that Donald Trump has spoken against over the years. Do you think that will have an impact?
I think that it may well. First, thank you, J.D. Vance, for being the gift that keeps on giving. She signed the thing, childless cat lady, because he just can't quit offending people. And I think that there are people who don't watch CNN every day. I know it's hard for us to imagine that. There are people who are not engaged in politics.
In the same way that the former president is reaching out through, podcasts and stuff to MMA fighters.
Sure,
and MMA.
Exactly. Like there are worlds adjacent to politics where there are stars and celebrities. There's the manosphere, all the bro stuff online that Trump is trying to do. But Taylor Swift is a superpower on her own. She has as many Instagram and social media followers as some countries have citizens. And so when she moves, it moves the needle. Will it translate into votes for young people? I don't know. But it puts more attention on the fact that there is a choice out there named Kamala Harris.
One of the tells on this is last year when she encouraged people to register to vote, there were these rumbles in Trump world, and they ran a kind of mini negative campaign against her. The thought being to discourage her from actually getting into the race. Today, Megyn Kelly and others were out there menacing her and saying, Republicans aren't going to come to your concerts anymore and so on. So there's obvious concern on their part. And, just in terms of getting people to register and getting people who aren't engaged now engaged, someone with 283 million followers who's a cultural figure who appeals to people across generations and a lot of young people, that'd be a concern.
Aaron, what do you think? Because obviously, the J.D. Vance has kind of poo-pooed it, saying she's a billionaire. Even if you like her music, she's disconnected from where most Americans are. Clearly, they would have loved to have had a Taylor Swift endorsement, and obviously would be saying something very different if they had gotten an endorsement.
Right. I think the ability for this to be a monument.
And I know I've said this a couple of times. Like, if you think about it, let's say Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris. I mean, what does that have to do with normal daily Americans who struggle, will work hard to buy groceries, buy gas, try to save up to buy a house, who are saving their money in their savings account, work 8 to 12 hours every day, overtime. I mean, what does Taylor Swift know about that? She You think she thinks groceries are expensive? You think she thinks the mortgage rates are expensive than it was in 2016 to 2019 or 2020? She doesn't even know what the mortgage rates are because this is a billionaire. She probably makes hundreds of thousands every day. She probably makes millions every week. You know what I mean? Like, you think she's saying go vote for Kamala is gonna actually mean something to everyday Americans who are actually struggling? Oh no. I guess Swifties are gonna vote.
Monumental, not only endorsement, but opportunity for celebrities to step in and try to move the needle. I think it exists here. It kind of brings me back to the 1990s when Rock the Vote started. It changed the way that younger people believed they could be involved in the American voting system, because back in the 90s, most young people thought, hey, that's what older people do. They vote. That's not my thing. Rock the Vote and celebrities really changed that approach. Now, is this only this endorsement right here where she puts out the image, puts out her statement, and encourages people to get more information? That likely won't make a huge difference. But because of her platform and the opportunity that exists here with her, if she is willing to do more, whatever that may be, if that is a concert where your entry fee is a voter registration, ticket, that you've done that could help move the needle if they're doing it. And to be clear, though, the margins are kind of small, even with Taylor Swift being a monumental star, because Kamala's already doing really well with a lot of the demographics that are Taylor fans, women, younger voters, things like that. So there are margins that exist there for them, but it's how involved is she willing to get?
You guys are saying, well, I mean, anything can happen, but the facts are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? What is the current, mortgage rates compared to what it was 4 years ago? What is the current southern border like compared to what it was 4 years ago? Did you have Ukraine and Russia 4 years ago? Did you have the Israel and the Palestinian people 4 years ago? These are the things you need to think about. What was the gas prices for 4 or 5 years ago? You know what I mean? Like, what was your taxes like 4 years ago? These are the things you need to think about. You know what I mean? Like, people, we just always want to talk about, oh, well, Trump is that, Trump is this. But look at the performance, though. Look at what he actually did. These are really, these are facts we need to look into. Just straight up facts. Okay, so I guess CNN actually went to Springfield let's see what this is. Let's see, this is gonna be. Oh, this is definitely gonna be one for the books. Let's see.
New reaction tonight in the wake of a debate talking point last night about Springfield, Ohio, which we should say right off the bat is not supported by any evidence that we or really anyone has been able to find.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
He's talking about black people, Haitian migrants. And yes, that actually happened last night in a presidential debate. The former president amplifying a claim going around in right-wing media. He's also been citing the death of an 11-year-old Springfield boy last year when a Haitian driver, now in prison, hit the school bus he was riding in. Here's what the father, Nathan, said last night at a public meeting.
They have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis, and even untrue claims about fluffy pets being ravaged and eaten by community members. However, they are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio.
Well, tonight, Aiden Clark's dad built on his remarks, saying in a statement, the attention brought to our case in the last few weeks is 100% politically motivated. We've been grieving for over a year now, so why are you suddenly concerned? Politics. More on the politics of that and the related theories, conspiracy theories about house pets from CNN's Omar Jimenez.
When you hear allegations of Haitians eating dogs and cats and taking them off the street and stealing them from people's yards, what is your reaction when you hear that?
It was shocking to me, honestly, because the first question I asked myself, where in the world do people are eating pets?
Viles Dorsonville is the head of the Haitian Community Help and Support Center in Springfield, Ohio. He came to the United States about 4 years ago from Haiti, and he hasn't just questioned the nature of the recent rumors, he's questioned what they will do to his community.
It's just like xenophobia, it's just like bigotry, discrimination, and racist. And they do not normally take time to see the impact that can have on the mental health of the immigrants fleeing the country from all kind of chaos.
To be clear, former President Donald Trump's claims are not supported by evidence. In a statement to CNN, a spokesperson for the city of Springfield said there have been no credible reports or specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community. But all of this has also come as part of a very real surge in Haitian population in Springfield.
We have realistically been saying 12 to 15,000 immigrants is what we have counted through the health department and other agencies.
And they are here legally under the immigration parole program. Once here, immigrants are then eligible to apply for temporary protected status. Haitian temporary protected status was recently extended and redesignated for Haiti, mainly due to violent anarchy in the country. But the total population of Springfield is around 58,000, so that's around 25% Haitian, and the growing pains in the community have not always been easy. State officials say it's stressing resources.
That obviously represents a massive increase based upon percentage of the population in Springfield. It is unprecedented in such a short period of time. The federal government simply has to be part of the solution. They have to step up. It is their policies that have created these surges.
The influx of Haitians has also manifested itself in other ways, including a tragedy. Specifically, in 2023, when 11-year-old Aiden Clark was killed in a Springfield bus crash, one that involved a Haitian immigrant who had a driver's license that was not valid in Ohio, as reported by the New York Times. Aiden's father declined to speak on camera, but as others have posted about the tragedy recently, he told CNN in a statement, "We just want our family out of the news and for Aiden to not be mentioned in regards to politics." Putting aside any unverified theories about cats and dogs, Vilbrin Dorsonville, also Haitian, says he understands the criticisms about the strain on resources caused by the influx of immigrants.
I agree with these people.
But he also painted a harsh reality.
If it was not for a matter of death or life in my country, it would be better to get back.
And that's also something we heard from another Haitian immigrant who spoke at that city council meeting, saying that she estimates most Haitians would want to go back if it were not for the crisis there right now. Now, since we've been here in Springfield, no one we've spoken to, we haven't gotten any confirmation of pets being eaten or pets being taken to be served as food. But we did run down another video claim that the former president shared on social media last night about a separate incident, not in Springfield, of a woman who allegedly ate a cat. Now, we followed up with the police lieutenant in Canton where this allegedly happened, and they also told us they have no evidence to believe that that person was not a U.S. citizen instead of what they've been described online as Haitian. Doesn't seem to be the case.
More Jimenez, thanks very much. Back now with the panel. We all heard that, Trump had these social, kind of very far right extremists, some quite zany, MAGA influencers on the plane with him, and they had been putting out these photographs. To hear him, a former president of the United States, at this crucial debate, in his moment of meltdown because she'd criticized his crowd size and suggested that people were bored of him, go to that Black people, Haitian migrants, are eating dogs and cats. I found it shocking.
Really?
Not surprising, but just...
It can be I think it was not surprising, it was appalling.
Yeah.
But it wasn't surprising, and that's really the point here. This isn't a one-off. This is part and parcel of who Donald Trump is and what his political project is. It was based, remember what he said when he came down the escalator.
It's like the Willie Horton ad, but in modern times and social media.
Part of the nature of Trump's politics is that he's taken Willie Horton ads out of the closet and he's made it mainstream by articulating it himself. And that's one of the things people have to decide is well, whose problem does that solve? What does it do for a country to have a leader who casually smears people in racial terms for his own political gain? And by the way, I feel terrible for the parents of that young man whose name they asked that we not mention his name. I won't mention his name. But they're clearly struggling with the loss of a child, which is the worst thing that you can ever deal with. And, to see politics drag them and their grief through the public square is another disgusting thing.
It's horrible. And, some things are just kind of in plain sight obvious. Donald Trump doesn't care about anybody but himself. If he cared about this immigrant crisis, and there are some negative aspects of it, there's not this race.
Another thing that you guys have to understand is these people are getting paid. I wouldn't say to say these things, but they're actually getting paid to give an opinion. And if you're getting paid, you would definitely want to keep that check rolling in, wouldn't you? Just think about it. I am not getting paid though.
Racist lie he's telling, but it is tough on some of these communities to have new folks coming in. That is disruptive. If he cared about it, we could have fixed it this spring. There was a bill that was negotiated in good faith between Republicans and Democrats to get something done, and he blocked it. So it's his border crisis. It's all that pain and suffering is happening is at his foot. And then also, he talks about fentanyl, and they want to beat us up on that. I lost one of my closest friends to fentanyl. We could have stopped a lot of that. There would be a lot more fentanyl testing strips down at the border right now if Donald Trump hadn't stood in the way. So this is a man who's inflicting pain on the country. He's hurting people. He's making these small towns suffer so that he can become president and stay out of jail.
Yeah, I think this is the most important point. He was clear with Republicans, do not pass this bill because it will only help Democrats. We want the issue. And so the question is, do you want an issue or do you want to solve problems?
Now they're saying the border is his problem. All of these things happening on the current administration is Trump. isn't the president allowed to executively say close the border?
Problems, and his values and his preferences are very clear.
Aaron, you're not working with the Trump campaign still, but is this, if you were, is this a story you would want everyone talking about the day after the debate?
Absolutely not. There are so many other things that should be being talked about. You can talk about the strain on resources in communities, not only in places like Ohio, because as Trump and Republicans have said, every community is a border community because of the failures at the southern border. You can talk about how it's happening in Texas and Ohio, and these communities need more resources, and we need to do that. And one thing I will say to Van's point about fentanyl, I do want to remind viewers that back in 2017, there was a major bipartisan piece of legislation that was passed when Donald Trump was president to fight opioid and fentanyl overdoses, and they were starting to come down until the pandemic, and there was that change. So I just want to be clear, when it comes to overdoses and the work that was being done, I lost my brother to a drug overdose, and so I understand what that feels like, and I remember that legislation very carefully when it came to being able to fight that. We still have those resources available. We can be using those as well right now on that specific topic.
Aaron Perini, Van Jones, David Axelrod, thank you all. Appreciate it.
And joining me now on the phone.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. Smash the like button. Be a part of change. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Subscribe to the channel. Smash the like button. God bless you, God bless you, God bless you. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. It is currently 2:51 a.m. and today's date is the 16th of September and for 2024, and it is time to end the live stream. Thank you for being a part of the show one more time. Thank you for being here. Without you guys, there is no stream. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Smash the like button one more time. Double tap your screen. Subscribe to the channel. And you know what time it is. Okay. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. I'm going to say that one more time. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency, y'all. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless your business. God bless the United States. God bless me. God bless my family. You know what time it is. God bless you. Have a wonderful, productive Monday, okay? Have a wonderful night. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to be back tomorrow for sure. We're going to be back tomorrow for sure. So go ahead and smash the like button. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. One love.